Been involved with baseball now for 60 years as a big league player, a manager, part of a front office. And today the Blue Jays honored him with a ceremonial first pitch. Fanning now makes his year-round home in southwestern Ontario. So great to see Jim Fanning back at the ballpark as he takes in Game 2 today between the Blue Jays and the Tampa Bay Rays. Here's Tampa's lineup. They're fresh from an extra inning win in last night's opener. And we'll focus in on their number 2 hitter, Carl Crawford, who made his big league debut in this building 7 years ago and has troubled the Blue Jays ever since. He did not steal a base last night, but he did contribute an RBI and a run scored in the 4-2 win. So the Tampa Bay Rays are now 53-44, and today go up against Brian Talent. His numbers are presented by Ford. This is Ford Today Drive 1.
Talent with the start here this afternoon. This will be his 22nd game and 18 start, a 5-6 record, an ERA approaching 5. He has 9 quality starts, including a stretch of 6 consecutive when he was pitching very well in the month of May. The team is 6-11 in his starts this year. Last time out, he allowed that career high 11 hits at Tampa Bay, but received a no decision there when Blue Jays fought back in a game they eventually would lose 10-9 to Tampa. The scouting report for the big left-hander for the Blue Jays, he's the Jays swingman. 17 starts, 4 relief appearances for Talent, so he'll get the start here this afternoon. Need early strikes from Brian Talent. He has had trouble in his last few starts throwing consistent strikes, and he's well rested. His last start was back on July the 8th, which was 17 days ago. Did not pitch out of the pen when he was sent there right around the All-Star break. Here's how they'll line up defensively. Cito Gaston sends out the outfield of Bautista, Wells, and Rios. Roland Scudero, Hill, and Kevin Millar gets the start this afternoon with the left-hander on the mound, and Raul Chavez behind the plate, and he will catch Brian Talent. We are set to go.
It has been a long layoff for Talent as he gets set to toe the rubber today against the Tampa Bay Rays. Must be some raindrops expected outside as the roof is closed here for the second straight day, though they opened it around the 3rd inning last night. Raul Chavez behind the plate. He's ready to go, and so is Talent. Time to play a little baseball today at Rogers Center, and we're glad that you've joined us. I'm Jamie Campbell with Pat Tabler and Sam Cosentino. There is B.J. Upton leading off for the Rays, and Talent deals the 1-0 pitch to even the count at 1-1.
Early in the year when Brian Talent was pitching well, I asked him about that. I said, what are you doing differently? He said, you know what, I'm just trying to stay on top of the pitches and just pound the strike zone down low. Challenge the hitters. The last few starts, his problem have been strikes, 17 of them in his last 6 starts. That is not going to get it done. In fact, in that last start against Tampa, he walked the leadoff batter, B.J. Upton. Upton stole second, went to third on a fly ball, and then stole home.
1-2 now on Upton, and he lines this one to left field. Bautista is there to make the catch, and on that play, Pat, Talent later admitted he simply forgot that Upton was standing at third.
Well, you can't forget when he or Carl Crawford get on the bases, because they cause so much problems for everybody.
Upton has the line out and the interesting hairstyle going as number 2 hitter Carl Crawford steps in. He goes after the first pitch, flies to left field. Bautista comes over to the line and makes the catch. So 2 dangerous hitters are retired here. And Talent hasn't had to throw many pitches.
And keep them off the bases. It seems like whenever the Rays get something going, it's always Upton or Crawford are on base causing problems. That just makes Longoria, Zobrist, Burrell, and Pena's job a lot easier.
It also seems that the first inning historically has been a problem for Talent. Tends to give up a run or two. and then settles in a little later. We'll see how he fares here against Evan Longoria, who's now driven in 75 runs this year. Only Justin Morneau has more in the American League. And it was Longoria who came up with a key hit in the 10th inning last night.
Yeah, had the big one, 3-2 breaking ball, just lofted it out in the left center field. 2 outs, the runners were going, and ended up being the game-winning hit.
Strike one called on Longoria. And Talent with the pitch gets another strike and gets ahead in the count. This one popped up and very high. Back of first base. Aaron Hill goes over, makes the catch. And it's a 1-2-3 for Talent as he returns to the rotation here in Toronto. Matt Garza is on the hill today. Lind in the game last night went 0 for 4, striking out twice against the right-hander Garza, who picked up the win and went to 7-7 on the year. So instead of a right-hander, it's a big lefty. And here is a former #1 overall in the amateur draft, left-hander David Price.
Just 23 years old. Makes his 11th start since his promotion from AAA Durham back on May the 25th. This will be his 12th career start and 16th overall big league appearance. This is his 2nd career start against the Jays. Right before the All-Star break, he pitched against Roy Halladay, was matched up against Doc, and ended up winning that game. He has won starts this year against Halladay, CC Sabathia, and Johan Santana. So it's in there for the big left-hander.
Marcos Scutaro leads off for the Jays against Price. The kick and the pitch from the big lefty misses for ball 1. As always, Scutaro had a say in last night's affair with a single in the 3rd. He drove in a run and faces Price, who, like last night's starter Matt Garza, is looking for his first win since beating the Blue Jays. Here's the 1-1, slapped on the ground and foul by Scutaro.
Price was going through some problems with his mechanics and getting some results, so he said, I'm going to simplify my approach. I'm not going to pay a ton of attention to the scouting reports. I'm going to go with my strengths, and his strengths are a good fastball and a good breaking ball.
2 strikes on Scutaro. There's the breaking ball, but it's a little high, as called by Paul Emmel, who works behind home. He's twirling that ball in his glove now, and on 2-2 gets a foul off from Scutaro. And you talk about a quick rise to the major leagues. Price was the #1 overall pick in 07 out of Vanderbilt University. Was called up late last year and found himself pitching meaningful innings in the postseason. In fact, he was on the mound when the Rays captured the American League pennant. Tough customer at the plate, though, here, and Marco Scutaro, who lines it to left field for a base hit.
Way to do it. He's going to have to throw something other than fastballs to Marco Scutaro. This one down and in, right into the sweet spot. A good 2-strike approach by Scutaro. He has done it all season long. Doesn't try to do too much with that ball. He gets a leadoff single.
Up steps Aaron Hill. And he drives the ball the other way. Camping under it is Gabe Kapler, and that sends Scutaro back to first.
Let's take a little closer look at the young left-hander that Tampa throws out there. He's got a big league arm. His fastball is in the mid to upper 90s, a good breaking ball. Control is starting to come around. That was a problem earlier, just 3 walks in his last 2 starts. And he's got to use his changeup. It's developing, but he's got to put that in the mind of the hitters so that fastball and his good breaking ball he can use at will.
Joe Madden says the changeup's getting better. Price admits he is improving, but he's not happy with the speed of the improvement. It's not happening quick enough, and overall he's not necessarily happy with his performance this year. And his manager, to his credit, said, I'm glad he's not happy.
Well, you got to remember where you are and where you are developing. You're not developing an A-ball, AA, minor leagues, whatever. You are trying to be developed at the big league level against big league teams, scouts. They've got video on you. They've got everything. He's been okay, if you ask me.
He faces Adam Lind, having a tremendous season. Lind is right at 300. And for the first time at the major league level has 20 home runs. 1-1 as Scutaro draws a throw. We're just underway here in Toronto. Bottom of the first inning, and the Blue Jays have a man on first and 1 out.
You know what I like about Adam Lind? He's been so consistent. Had a hitting streak stopped last night when Garza got him 0 for 4. You want to maintain that consistency, and he's done that really from his first at bat this year. Remember that against Justin Verlander when he blooped the double down the right field line for the first couple runs of the season for the Jays?
And clearly, Pat, Marco Scutaro is causing Price some concern at first base.
He has a couple of pickoffs this year, but he doesn't have what I would call a great pickoff move. Scutaro does not have an aggressive lead over there at first base, trying to get a walking lead off the left-hander.
Here's a ball hit well to center field by Lind. Hanging up there and off the base of the wall. Scutaro rounds third, Lind's into second, and the Blue Jays have a 1-0 advantage on the Rays.
RBI number 63 for Adam Lind. And with Price paying so much attention to Marco Scutaro, he ends up throwing a fastball right down the middle of the plate, right in his wheelhouse, and he doesn't miss it. Bangs it right off the Rogers sign in deep right center field. No chance to get Scutaro at the plate. Double for Lind, and the Jays get the early lead.
One nothing Toronto. It brings up Scott Rowland. And you make a great point there, Pat. It's sometimes not the steal that will hurt a pitcher. It's the threat of a steal.
Yeah, Marco Scudero really isn't a, I would call a threat to steal. Him throwing over there 4 times, 3 times, whatever it was, clearly he had him on his mind.
Adam Lind was able to take advantage, doubling to right center field. The Blue Jays in the process now have reeled off doubles in 28 consecutive games. And here is a very productive Scott Rowland stepping in. Down 2 strikes, and the pitch is lined right back up the middle and off the hand of Price. Lind is held at third base, and now David Price is looking at the fingers on his left hand.
Your first reaction is to just throw that hand up there and try and knock it down. Not a good 0-2 pitch to Scott Rowland. Fastball right down Broadway again, and looked like it ricocheted off of something. I believe it was his hand. Fingers. Upton gets the ball in quickly. He leads the team with 5 assists. Let's watch it again. They wanted to go upstairs with it, and it's right where Rowland can handle it. Yeah, and it went right off those fingers.
Might be less of a case of trying to field the ball and more a case of trying to defend himself from a comebacker.
Yeah, just a reaction. You know, your first thought is to just throw your hands up and try and knock it down. You don't want it in your face.
With a prize prospect like Price on the mound, the organization stance would be just get out of the way.
Yeah, they're going to see if he can grip the ball and throw it. Yeah, this is a guy you don't want to be messing around with.
Looks like he's trying to get a little feeling in those fingers. And I recall a game earlier this year when a comebacker in the first inning hit Brian Tallett in the hands, and he said for the entire inning he couldn't feel some of the fingers on his left hand. In fact, he threw wildly to first base at one point.
So true. So true. I remember playing a game against the Minnesota Twins and hit a comebacker, Keith Atherton, and he stuck his hands out. Infield single, of course.
Yeah,
right,
with your speed.
I'm on first base. He elects, I'm fine, no problem. Joe Carter's up next. Fastball right into his nose. Next pitch. So,
lack of control.
Yeah, you just don't get your feeling in your hand. It feels like you're holding like a whole handful of bees, and they're buzzing in your hand.
So I wonder what Kevin Millar's thinking then. He's got a left-hander up there who stands 6'6", weighs 225 pounds, and may not be experiencing total control right about now. Millar in the 5 spot for the Blue Jays today. 2 on and 1 out. The Jays are first to hit the board. 3 hits so far, 2 singles and a double. And now Millar watches ball 2 hit the dirt. Millar had a nice game Thursday against Cleveland, going 2 for 4. He doubled and homered in that ball game. There's Lynn in foul ground down the third baseline, and he jumps out of the way, and that's exactly why he stands in that position.
Stay in foul territory. If you get hit with the ball, it might hurt, but you're not out. Ball hooked down the line by Millar. You're standing on that line. That ball hits you. See ya. You're going back to the dugout.
Ground ball up the middle, taken by Zobrist, and no play to first as Lynn comes in to make it a 2-0 game.
A new double play combination for the Rays this afternoon. Different than what we saw last night. Bartlow was at shortstop and Zobrist was at second. Joe Madden throws out. Zobrist at shortstop. Willie Ibar with the start, and some confusion here. A good flip by Zobrist, but Ibar, maybe he didn't have a grip on that ball and was afraid to throw it away. Good feed. Everything looks good right there. Here comes Scott rolling in hard at second base. They cannot turn the double play RBI for Kevin Millar.
And put Millar at first on the fielder's choice. Bring up Vernon Wells. And he grounds this one to the left side. A base hit moves Millar up to second base. And Vernon has got to be pleased with the result there. He heard the boos before he even swung the bat. And as he settles into first, we get a chance to look at Tampa Bay defensively.
The new right fielder, Gabe Gross, started last night. Gabe Kapler gets the start tonight. Ben Zobrist, we just talked about, was at second base, so some changes in the middle of the diamond for the Rays, and Deanna Navarro gets the start this afternoon behind the plate.
What a nice start for the Blue Jays here. 2 runs on 4 hits. Looking for a 2-out hit here from Alex Rios. And remember, last night the Blue Jays scored both of their runs in the 3rd inning with 2 out. He swings and misses. 1 ball and 1 strike. Rios has put together a nice little string in the last little while. His last game without a hit came a week ago yesterday against Clay Buchholz and the Boston Red Sox. Here he is, 1-1 with Price the pitcher dealing up high. 2 balls and 1 strike. You've got Millar at second, Vernon Wells at first. 2 away and a 2-0 Blue Jay lead. Sent to center field, but playable for B.J. Upton, and he puts it away to end the inning. However, the Blue Jays score twice on 4 hits and lead the Rays after 1. In from St. Thomas, Ontario to watch the ball game today with his father. He got a chance to head down to the field for batting practice today and meet a bunch of his favorite players. So he's enjoying the start to this one for the Jays, who lead it 2-0. As All-Star Ben Zobrist comes to the plate to begin the 2nd inning against Brian Tallett. He's aggressive early, swinging at that pitch and rolling it foul.
Brian Tallett's been aggressive early also. 1st inning he was pumping that fastball in there when he was going really well. And the Texas Rangers start comes to mind. He was basically fastball early, changeup late. I think the batters they caught on to that, and they started laying off that changeup. And that's where he went into that little troubled spot there. Florida, he just lasted 3 1/3 innings. 3 innings against Tampa and 8 earned runs. Still a big part of his game is the changeup. You got to throw it for strikes.
He's working today with Raul Chavez. And on 2-1, here's Talent with the pitch, and that is a swing and a miss from Zobrist. He was very frank in assessing his last start against Tampa Bay. And let's be honest, the offense in that game bailed him out of a loss. He ended up with a no decision. But he gave up 8 earned runs over 3+ innings and said, quite frankly, if I do that in A ball, I get released. And on 2-2, Zobrist gets under this one, flies to left center field. Jose Bautista holds back Wells to make the catch, one away.
If you do that at A ball consistently, you get released. You know, one start. I mean, he has had times where he's been very good. The Texas start comes to mind. Cincinnati. That was his last win back on June the 23rd against the Reds. 6 innings of shutout baseball.
And what the Blue Jays like about Brian Talent is that they put him in a position this year to come out of the bullpen to start the season. But then when Jesse Litch went down with an injury on the 13th of April in Minnesota, it was Talent who not only replaced Litch in that game, but replaced him in the rotation. And did not look out of place. His first start on the 18th of April against Oakland was his first start in the big leagues in 3 years. So he's kind of been the model employee.
Well, he's a valuable guy to have on your team. A lot of times those swing guys are guys that are long men in the bullpen. If a starter goes down and you don't feel like going to AAA to find the replacement, you can get into that bullpen and bring a big leaguer into the game. Again, the whole key for him is work quickly and throw consistent strikes. He made a rush as soon as he came to the starting rotation. You talked about the Oakland, his first big league start there this year. How about at the White Sox, where he was really good also?
Popped up by Burrell. And Rios behind Hill makes the catch. Let's bring in the third member of our broadcast team. Here's Sam Cosentino.
Well, Jamie, an unusual spot for Carlos Pena, hitting in the 6th hole for manager Joe Madden today. And the reason behind that, just to take a little pressure off. Madden feels that he's putting too much upon himself. And oftentimes, Pat, you've heard the phrase before, less is more. And I think Madden's hoping to get that out of him here by moving him to the 6th spot.
Well, he's hitting about $140 this month. He had a tough one last night, going 0 for 5 and striking out 3 times. And he's pitted against a left-hander today, and that left-hander Talent gets strike 1.
Has not hit anywhere but 4th until this at bat. 24 home runs, 60 driven in, but a .219 average. If he can hit 250, 260, cut the strikeouts down. Plenty of power and production.
What a great story. 2 years ago, Pena was the last cut in spring training, but for an injury in the days leading up to opening day, he was called back by the Rays and promptly went on to hit 46 bombs. Down in the count here, 0-2 as Talent kicks and pitches, and that is just off the plate.
He's a leader too for this team. Talent thinks he has a fastball away. Chavez sets up, and you can see from that replay just off the plate.
That one gets him though. That is nasty stuff. Down and in on Pena. And Talent looking strong here, retiring the first 6 Rays. while watching this broadcast for your chance to win a 52-inch Sharp Aquos LCD TV. And here's how you do it. Simply log on to sportsnet.ca/baseball game and launch it. Through 1.5 innings, the Blue Jays are on top 2-0. And in their half of the second, they bring up Jose Bautista to face the rookie David Price. Bautista's going after that first one. He lofts it to left center field. Back to the wall is up and it's gone. A home run, Jose Bautista.
First ball, fastball hitting. Jose Bautista, he's looking dead red first pitch, and he gets one. Middle in. Price has given up 9 home runs this year, this time belt high, and it was a high drive to left field. His 3rd of the season. Upton just runs out of room and bounces out, and the Jays again strike early.
Now Raul Chavez, the catcher, fouls one away. So 3 home runs this year for Bautista, and all 3 have come against left-handers. Clayton Richard of the White Sox, Jamie Moyer of the Phillies, and now David Price of the Rays. One and one. And Chavez pops this one up. Pena rushes in and makes the catch. And with one away, that brings up Marcos Scutaro.
Early in this game, it looks like David Price does not have his command of his breaking ball. He needs to throw more change-ups, but he's also got a breaking ball now. He doesn't have those, it looks like. So if you're the hitter, if you're the Blue Jays, there's one pitch you're sitting on. Bautista did that and ripped the fastball. Until he shows me that he can consistently throw his breaking ball for strikes, I'm looking for one pitch in one area.
Marcos Scutaro waged quite a battle with Price when they met in the first inning. And Scutaro ended up with a base hit to left field. Do the Blue Jays have a better 2-strike hitter than the man at the plate right now?
Scott Rowland had a good approach. His last at bat with 2 strikes, but I don't believe there is a better hitter with 2 strikes on the roster.
2-1, and now a 2-2 count.
He has high strikeout totals this year. He has high walk totals this year. Great arm, just a little inconsistent right now.
Fastball catches the corner, strike 3 called, and Scutaro's gone for out number 2.
He averages about 19 pitches per inning. Remember last night we were talking about Roy Halladay and his ratio, pitches per inning, the best in the American League at just over 14. Price is at 19. That's because he's got a high strikeout per 9-inning ratio. He's got a high walk per 9-inning ratio. So lots of pitches. Joe Maddon has been wary of getting his pitch counts and his innings up this year. Not really on a leash where it says, okay, you hit a certain amount of time or a certain amount of innings or whatever and you're out. But they're going to be watching him.
And that is a concern that will creep into the Blue Jays vocabulary at some point with all the young pitchers they have. At some point, they're going to have to start managing some of those innings.
They've talked about that. The number I keep hearing is 170 innings. Major league and minor league innings.
One of those young pitchers goes tomorrow in game 3 as Brett Cecil, who is 3-1 on the year, faces rookie Jeff Neiman. One ball and 2 strikes, 2 gone, and here's Aaron Hill.
And they are a believer. Tampa Bay is a believer of a pitcher throwing 35 more innings than the year they had before, more than the year they had before. So if he threw 170 last year, no more than 35 innings the next year. We'll have to look up and see how many innings David Price threw between the minor leagues and the major leagues last year. But that's their formula that they put together. No more than 35 more innings in the next year than you had the previous season. That will help the wear and tear on your arm.
The 2-2 drilled to left field and well hit. This ball is out of here. What a year Aaron Hill is having.
What an approach with 2 strikes. I think the Blue Jay hitters know that David Price is out there with just a good fastball, that he can't get his off-speed stuff up. Can't get it over. The fastball is up and tattooed by Aaron Hill. They wanted to come in, and David Price gives up his 2nd home run of the inning.
Make that 3 home runs in the last 4 games for Hill. And now a blooper out there toward left off the bat of Lynn falls into the glove of Carl Crawford to end the inning. But the Blue Jays tack on 2 more on 2 solo home runs and lead the Rays 4-0. Blue Jays a 4-0 lead, and once back in the dugout, in the words of Led Zeppelin, he got a whole lot of love from Marco Scutaro.
This is the anti-silent treatment.
Okay, enough, Marco.
You know about the silent treatment,
yes,
where you get back to the dugout and nobody pays attention to you. Well, Marco, with his double play partner, giving him lots of love.
You often see that silent treatment when a young player hits their first major league home run.
That's the anti right there.
Did you guys pull that kind of a trick back in the day when you played the silent treatment on rookies?
For sure. Who doesn't?
It's a lot of fun to watch as Gabe Kapler steps in for the Tampa Bay Rays. Early fireworks for the Blue Jays. They scored 2 in the first, now 2 in the second. While on the mound, they're getting a tremendous start early from Brian Tallett, who's set down 6 in a row. as Kapler hits that one into right field and out of play. Kapler's memories of this building may not be fond. He was playing with the Red Sox back in 2005 and was rounding second base after a home run by Tony Graffinino, and he promptly blew out his Achilles tendon. That was September of 05. It was a weird play. I was at that ball game. Graffinino, the batter behind him, had hit a home run, and he was just casually trotting around the bases, and the next thing you know, behind second, down goes Kapler. They had to send in a pinch runner just to score for him. Here's the 2-2, and there is a base hit to right center field. There will be dogs at the ballpark tomorrow, and lots of them, because it's the annual Dog Day presented by the Ontario SPCA and Pet Network. Still time to get your tickets. They're $33. And the Dog Day parade begins around 12 on field level, and you will see people like Adam Lind, who's bringing his dog Zara. Vernon Wells and Vernon's wife Charlene will parade Lacey out there. So walk among the dogs and walk among the players too.
Do you have a dog?
No, haven't in 20 years.
All right.
You?
Oh, for sure. Kobe.
Kobe.
Kobe will not be here.
No, no, because Kobe doesn't have a passport.
No.
As Willie Ibar steps in, he takes a big hack. 0-2. What kind of dog is Kobe?
Combination Shih Tzu Poodle.
In the air left field. Under it is Bautista.
When you get Brian Talbot on the mound, throwing fastballs, throwing changeups, throwing them for strikes, you're going to get a lot of fly ball outs. He has one strikeout, and the rest of the balls have all been in the air. Unlike Roy Halladay last night, Halladay has the best ground ball out percentage in all of baseball. 177 of them going into last night's starts, where his ball is dipping and diving and cutting and sinking. Talent a little bit different. It's a lot of balls in the air.
Scott Carson has just handed me a very interesting note, somewhat tongue-in-cheek. That base hit to right center field by Gabe Kapler ends an 0-for-33 streak by the Rays against left-handed starting pitchers, because of what Mark Burley did.
Okay. Did Scott Downs give up a hit last night?
Left-handed starting pitchers.
Oh,
and yes,
okay.
he did. He took the loss, in fact.
Left-handed starters. Okay.
See, Scott's protecting himself there. He does not want to be inaccurate. And when you face the Blue Jays, chances are you will face a left-handed starter. They have a few of them. One goes today, Brian Talbot. Another tomorrow, Brett Cecil. Two and 0 on Deoner Navarro, who sends this one out of play behind home plate. Gabe Kapler is the base runner for Tampa Bay in the top of the third. Here's Talbot coming to the plate, and it's drilled to center field. Playable for Wells, and there are two away.
Another fly ball out. Then you start counting them.
What have you got? 6?
7.
B.J. Upton lined out to left when he came up in the first inning, and here he is taking strike one. Sent foul and out of play. 2 strikes on Upton. There's Chavez looking into the dugout for signs from the bench. Throws down the sign for Brian Talbot. On 0-2, here comes the pitch in the dirt, corralled nicely by the catcher. This is routine with men on base to look into that dugout for information from the bench.
Well, they're looking for a pitch out. They're looking for a throw over sign, whatever. I think with 2 outs, you've got to just go ahead and get the batter, which he does. Scott Rowland finishes off the 3rd inning. A clean inning except for the single. Talon was looking strong first time through.
Canada Trust. It always pays to log on to sportsnet.ca. There you can read Scott Carson's latest column. Scott is a regular contributor to the website. As another Scott steps in, here is Scott Rowland. He had one of 4 hits for the Jays in the first inning. And hasn't Rowland looked good since moving into that 4-hole? In 29 games coming into today, he's hit .317 with 18 RBIs. Leads off the 3rd for the Blue Jays here and flies the ball to right field. Back goes Kapler a few steps and he puts it away for the out. This season started so well for the Blue Jays. On May the 18th, they just completed a 4-game sweep of the Chicago White Sox. They were 13 games above 500, led the division by 3.5, but promptly went on the road for 9. Started a road trip in Boston. Lost every game they played on that trip. And they've been treading water ever since.
Yeah, that road trip and then the road trip right before the All-Star break. Here are the numbers that you were just talking about. First 41, excellent ERA, team average, hitting with runners in scoring position, what seems to always be the big part for teams. 215 runners in scoring position. It's not just the Blue Jays. There's other teams that you read about that they are struggling scoring runs, and they point to hitting with runners in scoring position. Tampa's one of those teams. Ball fouled off by Millar. If there was one thing that they could maybe do better offensively, and I think they're having a terrific season offensively, home runs, extra base hits, doubles, everything, is their ability to manufacture runs without necessarily getting a hit. So a little bit more team speed. You know, a walk, a stolen base, bunt them over, sacrifice fly, there's a run without the benefit of a base hit. We haven't seen a whole lot of that this year. The runs that they have scored, they've had to pretty much get base hits to score them.
3-2 is popped up. Here's Navarro, who comes out from behind home. Longoria comes in and calls him off. And there are 2 gone in the third. Manufacturing runs without hits is a simple thing to do for the Rays, especially with the kind of team speed they have.
Cito's talked about that, about if he could improve something with the offense, it's more team speed. And it shows up defensively. It shows up on the bases.
Vernon Wells blasts this ball to the gap in left center field. It rolls up against the wall. Crawford picks it up and brings it in. And now Wells stops just past second. Boy, he had turned on the afterburners as he hit the base, thinking about 3.
He certainly did. He had thoughts about halfway between first and second. He had thoughts of maybe turning it into a triple. The play is right in front of you. Line drive in the gap in left center field. It gets to the wall. It looked like Crawford had a little trouble digging it out there. Here comes Wells around first. Right there, he's thinking 3. But then it says, you know what, I'm already in scoring position. I don't want to make the third out. I'm not 100% sure I'm going to make it. So you put on the brakes and you give Rios a chance to drive you in.
And he goes after the first one, airing it out to center field. Here's Upton deep in center, and she's gone. A 2-run shot, Alex Rios. They are just lighting up David Price this afternoon.
When you know a guy is out there with one pitch that he is throwing consistently for strikes, you sit on it. Another ball, they wanted it in, but it doesn't go far enough in. Rios extends right through it. Hits it to the deepest part of the ballpark, and now David Price has given up 3.
The Blue Jays stretch their lead now to 6 as Jose Bautista, with 2 out, steps in. He was up there hacking on a first pitch in the second and hit his 3rd home run of the season to center field. Bautista shoots this one to right field, a base hit. He's 2 for 2. And here we are in the bottom of the 3rd, Pat, and already the Rays have action in their bullpen.
Yeah, Joe Maddon sees what we are seeing, that Price is out there without a few of his bullets to get the hitters out. He's given up 9 hits now, 6 runs.
That is right-hander Lance Cormier, and as Jim Hickey, their pitching coach, pays a visit to the mound, we'll bring in Sam Cosentino.
Well, Jamie, Jose Bautista 2 for 2 in this game, and you have to wonder if he doesn't feel that there's a couple of guys trying to take his spot away. I mean, David DeLucci was brought in, Travis Snyder there earlier on. And you look at Joe Englert brought up, who started in left field yesterday. Cito Gaston is really looking for that left-handed hitter to try and complement both Lind and Overbay, in the lineup. But here, Bautista getting the opportunity to play a little bit more as a result of Snyder going down, and maybe he's the guy that if he can find a consistent swing, not just against left-handers but against righties as well, to stay in the lineup.
I think his value, Sam, is his ability to play the infield and the outfield. You can give Scott Rowland the day off. Vernon Wells goes down for the Boston series. Bautista plays right field and does a good job out there. You throw a lefty, he can play left field. And he's also a guy who can come off the bench.
Longoria picks up this ground ball and gets the force at second for out number 3. But the Blue Jays tack on 2 more thanks to Alex Rios and his 12th home run this season. Make it Toronto 6 and Tampa Bay no score. Pet giveaway to the first 5,000 kids under the age of 15. They'll receive the Webkins pet as they enter the ballpark. Information comes at BlueJays.com, and tickets are available by calling the box office or visiting your local Rogers Plus location. It's the Blue Jays and Rays today on Rogers Sportsnet, and so far so good for Talent and the home side. 6-0 Toronto. The Jays have scored 2 in the first, 2 in the second, and now 2 in the third, as the Rays bring their 2, 3, and 4 hitters to the plate here in the 4th inning.
They aren't leaving them on, the Blue Jays. They're clearing the bases with those home runs.
Nine hits so far. They've left just 3 base runners.
6 of those hits, Jamie, have come on first pitch strikes from David Price. So they are obviously sitting on that fastball. Price has done a good job so far throwing first pitch strikes, 14 to the 18 batters, but I think he's got to do it with something other than a fastball. 6 of the 9 hits have been on first pitch strikes, and I would bet all 6 of them are on fastball.
Here's a ground ball up the middle, and Carl Crawford is on. And the Blue Jays have really handed Brian Talent a gift here of 6 runs. Evan Longoria awaits the pitch from Talent. Here it comes, and it's there for strike 1. Talent with this 6-run lead, able to really pound the strike zone. He felt an early lead in Texas on June the 9th was a huge advantage. And checks the runner at first.
Longoria, you know, there's just some guys who look like they belong in the big leagues. Their mannerisms, their actions, their talent. And I think Evan Longoria is one of those type of players. Did not spend a lot of times in the minor league. Just 200 games in the minor leagues with a 300 average, and he just burst on the scene in the big leagues, coming out swinging. 46 home runs, 160 RBIs already. That's the AL rank since his big league debut last April the 12th. Pretty heady stuff for a guy who played 205 games. That's it in the minor leagues.
A lot of people figured he would follow the path of Dustin Pedroia, who won Rookie of the Year and then followed up with an American League MVP. This man is certainly capable of winning that award.
He got off to a great start this year. And then some leg problems. I think he had a hamstring problem, really kind of like cut down his productivity right around the All-Star game. It hurt him on the bases and it hurt him in the field.
I thought it was interesting the way he was eventually promoted to the big leagues last year. There was no question at the end of spring training that Longoria was major league ready prior to 2008. But they started him in the minor leagues, and then there was a thought that perhaps they were trying to, you know, reduce his arbitration eligibility by a year as he shoots that one foul. And then, lo and behold, a week and a half or so into the season, not only was he called up, but he was offered, as I recall, a 7-year extension.
Big time contract.
So it's not like they were trying to save money long term.
Well, I think they will, because they bought out a lot of his arbitration years, and I believe they bought out his first free agent year with that long-term contract. So it's a good deal. It gives him some security and a long-term deal. It gives the Rays some structure for their payroll. They know exactly what they're going to be paying him for the next, 6 or 7 years, whatever the contract is. So it helps the team and it helps the player.
Crawford still at first as the pitch is outside. And you get good production at the plate from Longoria. He's got the 19 home runs. He's driven in 75. What you don't read about in the box scores is his defensive ability.
He's great. He is great defensively at third. He's got great hands. He's got great feet. He's quick.
2-2. Here's Scudero. There's Hill. And there is a double play.
Aaron Hill is getting so much better in the middle of the diamond in turning that double play, staying in there and using two hands. I talked to him about it a little bit yesterday. Watch how he gets over there with his quick steps, and he stays in there, and now he goes after the ball with two hands. That throwing hand is right by that glove. He was telling me he thought that he was there, but Brian Butterfield pulled him aside and showed him video where his hand was on those double plays, and he said, you know what, I never realized my hands weren't as close that they should be to my glove. That time, picture perfect right there, turning the double play.
They are really forming a nice middle infield combination, Hill and Scudero this year. And combined there to get the 6-4-3 double play. And erase the base runner, get two out, and allow Brian Talent to face Ben Zobrist without Carl Crawford causing him all kinds of trouble on the base paths.
When you are down 6-0, the running game really shuts down. You can't be running into outs, but that's a big part of their game.
2 strikes on Zobrist. The kick and the pitch is down in the dirt from Talent. Here comes the 1-2. And Zobrist gets a piece of that baseball. This really is a spot start for Talent. And the reason is simple. The Blue Jays for the last 3 weeks or so have basically reduced the rotation to a 4-man staff, and they'll be able to go back to a 4-man staff in the next little while with so many days off coming up. They've got one on Thursday, got another a week from Monday.
So the odd man out is Brian Talent.
He's not pitching like it right now.
I think it would be easier to ask him to go back to the bullpen rather than some of the young players. Mark Sedchinski, Brett Cecil, those guys are starters, and that's all they've done. Talent has had some time doing both of them.
Look at him go. He just struck out Ben Zobrist to end the Rays' half of the 4th inning. Nothing more than a couple of singles for the Rays today. That's it against Big Brian Talent. Just 3 innings of work.
Just one strikeout, no walks, no need for that. He was around the plate, he was throwing strikes, but he was only giving his fastball over. So his afternoon is done. 6 earned runs in 3 innings. And he will give way to Lance Cormier, the long man, out of the bullpen. So it's a battle of the long men here the rest of the way. Cormier takes over, has pitched in just 10 of the team's last 46 games. Good ERA, 29th game of the season. He still, though, ranks 5th in the American League in relief innings with 51.
Cormier comes in to face the top of the order for the Blue Jays in the bottom of the 4th inning. Scutaro, Hill, and Lind. First pitch is a strike against Marco Scutaro, who was 1 for 2. Cormier this year has the longest outing by a Rays reliever. He went 4 innings in relief of Scott Kazmir on the 29th of April in Minnesota. He heads ahead of Marco Scutaro.
Certainly is their long man. 12 of his outings have been 2 innings or more. Sinker, slider, changeup type pitcher, comes in, throws strike.
He's kicked around the big leagues now for parts of 5 seasons with the Diamondbacks, the Braves, and most recently last season with the Baltimore Orioles, as he deals the 1-2, a breaking ball in the dirt. It's a brief outing today for Price, and Pat, you were able to pinpoint early that he just didn't have anything but the fastball.
Remember we talked about in the scouting report that he's got to throw more changeups and throw them for strikes. When you watched him as Scudero slaps that ball into right field for a base hit, his second of the afternoon, he wasn't able to get anything over except his fastball. Blue Jays knew it. Hit number 10 already for Toronto.
And what a shocker that Scudero would get a base hit with 2 strikes. Shortens up the swing and punches it to right field. Here's the pitch to Aaron Hill, fouled back and off the catcher Navarro. And to continue the conversation on Price, let's bring in Sam Cosentino.
Well, Pat, Jamie, what I find interesting is that in the 18 hitters he faced, 6 of them were first pitch swinging. 4 of those first pitch swing resulted in hits, 2 of which were home runs. So the Blue Jays recognized, as you did early on, Pat, that Price didn't have his stuff and attacked him early in the count.
They were awfully aggressive early. And being aggressive early has really lent to the success of Aaron Hill this year.
Well, he is aggressive, and nothing wrong with that. Cito Gaston wants him to go up there. I don't want you to be the prototypical number 2 hitter, if you will. You know, slap the ball around here, bunt, that kind of stuff, hit behind the run. I want you to go up there and use the talent that you have, which is power the ball out of the ballpark. 23 home runs and 18 doubles.
23 home runs, ties him for second in the American League. And considering his season came to an abrupt end at the end of April last year, excuse me, at the end of May last year, you have to consider Aaron Hill as the lead man for comeback player of the year in this league. I mean, there was a time last year, and you and I talked to him on several occasions, where he was wondering if he was ever going to play baseball again.
Right. So what did he play? 6 weeks last year?
Mm-hmm.
I'd say that's a pretty decent comeback.
And Cito Gaston has him slotted in the 2-hole every day. And oftentimes you put a hitter there, as you know, that's good at situational hitting. With the way he's been swinging the bat, you haven't seen him trying to move guys over very well.
That's not his game. Remember, I always felt that he'd be a good number 2 hitter because he's got that dimension of power. He's got that dimension of production. So he's going to get more at-bats hitting at the top of the lineup. Remember when he first came up, they were putting him at the leadoff, and they're hitting a number 2, and he wasn't doing very well. And he said, "I can't hit up at the top of the lineup. Put me down. You know, take the pressure off of me." Well, those days are over.
Mm-hmm. 3-2, the runner goes line to left field, and this has some air under it. It is gone. He's done it again. A 2-home run game for Aaron Hill. That shot ties him at the top of the American League with 24 home runs.
Blue Jays have now had 6 multi-home run games this year, and Aaron Hill has 2 of them. Down and in, and it shows you it doesn't matter. 2 strikes. I can take you deep. He is in one of those home run grooves. He homered on Thursday. 2 more here this afternoon. Give him 24 now, and it's now 8-0.
What a season. You have to expect Aaron Hill to show up wearing a cape most days, because he has been the Superman of this squad this year. And now Scott Carson reminds me that Hill is on pace for 40 home runs. Ever the stats man. In fact, he's got the calculator out. Technically 39.6, so we'll round up and call it 40.
That will be close to a record for second baseman. Close, but not the record. Davey Johnson at 43.
Davey Johnson
as a member of the Braves back in '73.
Well, he's already established a new Blue Jay record for second baseman.
No, he's going to blow by.
He's demolished that one long ago.
He's getting close now, getting closer to the RBI record,
which is
93.
By
who else?
Roberto Alomar.
Roberto Alomar.
Two and two on Adam Lind. Now, 2 years ago, Hill had 17 home runs, but he likes to joke that he actually had 19, but 2 of them were taken away by Joey Gathright in left field at Kauffman Stadium. I don't know if you did that series.
No.
Back-to-back games, Gathright climbed the wall in left and pulled back.
I do remember those
home run shots.
I didn't do them, but I do remember. I remember the look that Aaron Hill had. Like, come on. You know, what does a man got to do, as they used to say.
Lind awaits the 2-2 from Cormier. It's in the dirt. The count is now full, 3-2. Still nobody out as Cormier provides relief for David Price. To this point, not effective relief, mind you. He allowed the single by Scudero. Gives up the home run to Hill. He's 3-2 on Adam Lind. Here is the pitch, and it's grounded to the first baseman, Pena. He takes it to the bag unassisted, 1 away.
When you come out of that bullpen, you've got to throw strikes. 3-2 on the first 3 batters of this inning. Has Lance Cormier been? As a long man, you're not going to stick around very long when you have 25, 27 pitch innings.
Scott Rowland comes back to the plate. Rowland is 1 for 2. The Blue Jays so far with 8 runs on 11 hits. And you have to think that Brian Talbot is feeling comfortable sitting on the bench watching all of this. He's pitched wonderfully against the Rays so far today, allowing just 2 base hits.
This is like Wednesday's game when the Jays hit bunches of home runs against Cleveland. Ball was jumping that day.
They hit 5 home runs in that game. And there's a swing and a miss from Rowland, 2 from Marco Scudero. So we'll see with 4 already today if they can match that output. And we'd like to remind you that the next Junior Jays Saturday, presented by At My Best and the Toronto Star, comes on August the 8th. The Blue Jays take on the Orioles. The youngsters who take part in the Passport program that day can pick up an Alex Rios bobblehead doll. And that, of course, is reunion weekend here in Toronto, as most members of the 92 and 93 World Series teams will be around for the weekend. If you're an autograph collector, by all means, get your tickets now, especially for the Friday night game, August the 7th.
Have we heard at all what the crowd's advance ticket sales?
I have not. It won't be hard to get that information. I'm told, though, there have already been a lot of tickets sold. I don't have a number, but I can tell you there will be a decent crowd. So if you're thinking about coming to that game on the 7th of August, make sure you get your tickets in advance.
It's the whole weekend. It's going to be just
loads of fun.
Loads and loads of fun.
And you've got a date with Devon White to sit and sign autographs for fans. Fans can find Tabby along with White in section 536 beginning at 5:30, an hour and a half before first pitch. Here's a 2-2 on Millar. He grounds it down the line, but foul. If you've just joined us, you can see by the score the Blue Jays have enjoyed an offensive outburst today against the Rays, hitting David Price for 6 runs, including 3 home runs. Aaron Hill has a pair of long bombs, his 23rd and 24th of the year. And for those making their plans for the August 7th game, here are some of the players and where they will be beginning at 5:30. So dig out your cards, put them in an order, and make sure you find the players you want to get signatures from. As the ball is grounded to third, Longoria throws to first to get Millar, and the 4th comes to an end. Once again, it's a 2-run inning, 8-0 Toronto, and Aaron Hill is having himself a day. A pair of home runs, this the latest. The Jays are on top of Tampa today in Toronto. .70 strikeouts this season. If you know the 4, you've been paying attention as Brian Talent fields the comebacker. He throws out Pat Burrell for out number 1.
With 4 pitchers with at least 70 strikeouts.
One of them's pretty easy, and it's not Dirk Hayhurst.
Ray Halladay. Doc.
Okay, we'll throw Doc out there.
Ricky Romero's got to be up there.
Ricky Romero's 1, so you've got 2.
Talent's had a lot of starts.
You've got 3.
I'll throw Brian Talent out there.
Brian Talent, now with 2 today, has 80 on the year. So you've got Halladay, you've got Romero, and you've got Talent. You're missing 1. Can I give you a hint? He's on the disabled list.
That was my. That's where I'm struggling. All right, who's on the disabled list?
One other note.
Let's see.
He's Canadian, eh?
Oh, yes, eh? He had 11 punch-outs, eh?
Hey, that's good.
Oh, thank you.
You've been in this country a while.
Yeah.
You hoser.
Scott Richmond.
There you go.
Who
might be back soon.
Yes. They're hoping for the trip out west.
And then when the Blue Jays get back from that western trip, and they'll be in Seattle for 3 beginning Monday, in Oakland for 3 beginning Friday, the Blue Jays will come back and start a homestand against the Baltimore Orioles and the New York Yankees, and may see Sean Markham back in uniform by that time. There's Millar. That looked a little awkward, but he gets the job done anyway and takes care of Pena.
Anytime you can eliminate throwing the ball to the pitcher, go ahead and take it yourself. Millar does that with a lot of movement around there at first base. Casey Jansen sent down to AAA?
Yes, activated but sent down to AAA because
finished his rehab.
As Cito Gaston said today, he's just not ready.
Talking about more pitchers.
Mm-hmm. This one is sky high by Kapler, but it drifts out of play. And perhaps Jansen's future at this level will be back in the bullpen where he was so successful 2 years ago.
2 years ago, he was lights out. He'd come in the 8th inning, and before you know it, you were handing the ball over to the closer. He had done his job, taxed the strike zone. He would throw 3-4 pitches. He had a starter's mentality for 1 inning. Knew he could throw as hard as he could for that 1 inning. I think that's where he'll eventually move into. 7th inning guy or even an 8th inning guy, because he can throw strikes.
1-1 to Gabe Kapler. Now 2 balls and a strike. The Tampa Bay Rays with very little today. A Kapler single in the 3rd was the first hit they got against Talent. Carl Crawford hit one up the middle in the 4th to add a 2nd hit, but that's been it for the Rays. We've mentioned Markham close to returning. A lot of people have wondered about Dustin McGowan, who suffered a bit of a freakish injury when he tore meniscus in his knee. So he will not be available at all this year. In fact, the Blue Jays aren't expecting him to even throw a ball until next spring, which is just a shame, as the 2-2 is on the way. It's high for ball 3, because with the stuff that Dustin McGowan possesses, you're looking at a guy who could easily be a bona fide number 2
yes.
in any big league rotation.
Yes, when he throws strikes with that stuff that he has. Talking to coaches from other teams, and they're like, "Who's that big guy you bring in here and just mow us down?" And I said, "That's Dustin McGowan." I said, "Boy, we really like him." That was a couple of years ago.
Ryan Talent in his 18th start of the year, a 3-2 pitch on Kapler, and he lines it to center field, right into the glove of Vernon Wells, and a 1-2-3 fifth for the big lefty, who trots off with a smile, and he should be smiling. It's 8-0 for the Jays.
chance to win an all-expense-paid trip to see the Jays in comfort. TD Canada Trust, putting you in the comfort zone.
Here in Toronto, it's 8-0 for the Blue Jays into the bottom of the 5th inning. 2-2-2-2 in the first 4 innings. 8 runs on 11 hits against first David Price and now Lance Cormier, as Vernon Wells, who is 2 for 2 with a single and a double, steps in to begin the Jays half of the 5th inning. I'm Jamie Campbell with Pat Tabler and Sam Cosentino today. And Vernon yesterday was hearing the boos in a big way. He's kept them at bay this afternoon with a 2 for 2 afternoon. Pops this one straight up. And Willie Ibar, the second baseman, settles under it for the out. A reminder, fans, you can watch 100 out-of-market games per week on your computer by logging on to MLB.tv. Sign up now. For more details, please visit BlueJays.com.
You have that on your computer, don't you?
Oh, do I ever.
Boy, is that really neat. Oh, I mean, it really is cool. I got a chance last night to go back and watch David Price's last start, just to get an idea of what he's feeling, what he's doing at this time, and you can go back and find some great games to watch
because it has an archival feature. There's a shot to left field, a base hit for Rios, his second hit of the ball game. That follows up a home run he hit in the 3rd. And the beauty of the media age 2009, as we watch the base hit from Rios on a breaking ball, is that when there's a no-hitter in progress, like Jonathan Sanchez of the San Francisco Giants threw a few weeks back, you know about it if you're listening to the radio or on the internet. And with MLB.tv, you can immediately sign on and watch the end of it.
Go right to it.
Yep.
I saw Burley's last inning
on MLB.tv.
Yes, in my hotel room. I turned on the computer, saw that he had one in the 7th or 8th inning. You know, it's not going to be on national TV. Boom, right to it. Turned it on, watched it, and watched the Hawkeroo go crazy.
My, how things have changed. There's a line shot to Ibar. He catches Rios straying from first. And the Rays get an inning-ending double play. And after 5, 8-0 Toronto. Are 44 games over 500. That's the best record since April 22nd, 2008, and that was the day the Rays began a series with the Blue Jays at Walt Disney World in Orlando.
Okay.
They pulled off a 3-game sweep at the spring training home of the Atlanta Braves and went on a bit of a run
I thought you were going to say that's when Evan Longoria was called up, but he was called up 10 days before that.
Right about that time.
It was right around that time.
Willie Ibar facing Brian Talent. 2 balls and a strike.
You know, Jamie, when you put things into perspective, 44 games over 500 is pretty impressive when you consider where they are playing. The American League East. The American League East winning percentage is 53%. The best record of all the divisions in baseball. And the Rays have put together that 44 games over 500 playing against some of the best baseball in the major leagues.
Easily some of the better teams, as we get some input from Sam Cosentino.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that, guys, because Joe Maddon was asked the question yesterday, how is it that your team was able to get over the hump, get past Boston, get past New York, and become American League champion? And Joe Maddon said, we don't shy away from the division. And in fact, he feels that the division makes him better, that by playing better competition on a more regular basis, his team has to become more focused, and as a result, not only learn how to win games, but to lose games as well, which is kind of an important thing because there's a lot of lessons to be learned in losing. But he really feels strongly about playing in this division and competing to be the best team in the division.
And the Rays have the second most victories against Eastern opponents among Eastern teams with 19. Boston's right up there with 24. It used to be this club was a bit of a pushover, but in the last 2, perhaps 3 years, they've watched some of these young players evolve into bona fide major league stars, and they are a team to be reckoned with, quite obviously, as the defending American League champions.
Building something special. They have something special going here. Navarro rips a ball into left field. He's going to test his arm.
Second. Sweet tag by Hill, but Navarro just gets in there safely. And he almost slid right over second.
Good hook slide by the catcher. All ripped in the hole, and Bautista, who leads the team in outfield assist, gets over there with the backhand and throws the ball. Now, that is right there in front of Navarro, so he has to go to the inside, and look how he avoids the tag from Aaron Hill. Slides and gets out of the way, and then comes back and touches the base.
So give him a double. And bring up B.J. Upton. A great example of how the Rays have received so many top picks in the last few years, and for the most part have hit on them. Upton was taken 2nd overall in 2002. And he lines this to left field, and that one is up against the wall. Navarro comes home, and Upton is out easily at second base, tagged by Hill.
You are down by 7 runs. You can see George Hendrick, the first base coach, is not real happy with that base running by B.J. Upton. You're down by 7 runs. You can't run into an out. Ball hit hard by Upton. Comes out of the bag, and here comes Bautista again, leading the team in outfield assists. No chance for Upton at second base. That time, Aaron Hill made sure he got the tag on the runner.
My, that wasn't even close. Upton shaking his head as Carl Crawford stands in, 1 ball and no strikes. And give some credit to Jose Bautista, who played the carom wonderfully. The ball came off the wall quite quickly.
And again, the play is right in front of you if you're the base runner. You can see that Bautista got that ball played right back to him. Just put the brakes on.
Bautista's involved here on the fly ball. That ends the top of the 6th. The Rays finally get a run, but Upton runs into an out, and it's a 7-run lead for the Jays.
Homeowners helping homeowners.
Do you get the impression J.P. Ricciardi's been busy? There are a lot of teams that have been contacting him about a variety of players. He's up there in the booth with Alex Anthopoulos, the assistant general manager. And for all we know, they could be ordering pizza and deciding whether to go, double cheese anchovies or adding green peppers. But you know why he's getting a lot of phone calls. There is a lot of interest, not just in one player on the Blue Jays roster right now. It's not just Roy Halladay. Teams are interested
multiple players. There's some bullpen help, and you've heard some rumors about some of the bullpen pieces could go to some of the teams that are in the playoff hunt.
Bottom of 6, here's Raul Chavez. In an 8-1 game, the Blue Jays scored 2 in 4 successive innings. 2 in the first, 2 in the second, 2 in the third, 2 more in the 4th inning. And build a 7-run lead on the Rays. Swing and a miss as Chavez faces the Rays' long man Lance Cormier. He's now in his 3rd inning of work after taking over for David Price, who lasted only 3 and gave up 6 earned runs. There's the 1-2 pitch, hit softly into center field, and a base hit for Chavez. Commentator clothing is provided in part by Z Zenya. Statistical information provided by Stats Inc. So Chavez is on first base. Marco Scutaro is the batter. He's 2 for 3. Scutaro has a couple of singles. He's scored twice.
Never want to be left out when everybody's swinging the bats like that. Chavez joins the hit group.
Only Kevin Millar is left without a base hit now among the starting 9 as Scutaro pops it up. In comes Upton. And he makes the catch. It would have been nice to have a microphone on B.J. Upton to figure out what George Hendrick was saying to him. And the coach, the first base coach, is doing all the talking here.
Saying, hey, you're down by 7 runs. The play's right in front of you. Don't run into an out.
I liked your assessment when we were in commercial.
And we can only guess.
We can only guess.
Yeah.
But you made the comment that maybe Upton thought that ball had left the park and he was in a home run trot
at the beginning or at some point on his way to first base, and then when he saw that it didn't leave the park, said, I got to be on second.
Back comes Hill. 2 home runs for Aaron Hill today. So let's watch him leave the batter's box here.
He just smokes this ball on the line. It's got too much top spin on it, though. He's looking at it. He's watching it all the way. I wouldn't call that an out-and-out sprint. And DOA at second base.
And Hill with a base hit left center field. What an afternoon as Chavez hustles for third base. And he goes first to third easily. Aaron Hill is now 3 for 4.
He is getting some pitches to hit, and he is not missing them. Another pitch on the inner half, about belt high, hit hard in the left field. Good job by Chavez to read it initially off the bat. Get to third base with less than 2 outs in an RBI situation here for Adam Lynn.
Aaron Hill needed a game like this one because this month has not been kind. Coming in to today's ball game, Hill was only hitting 195 in the month of July. But he's answered today with 3 hits, 2 of them home runs. Takes a short lead off first base as Lynn hits. 1 strike on him. Here's the second pitch, and it's a breaking ball down for ball 1. There are 2 men on for the Blue Jays here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Inside and missing for ball 2.
What you have to like about this is they keep coming. They're not taking anything for granted. No 1, 2, 3 innings for the Blue Jays this afternoon.
Little tapper over the pitcher, and miscommunication there as Chavez comes in to score, and Hill is safe at second. This isn't the normal middle infield combination, and you pointed that out earlier.
They had problems turning a double play earlier in the game when Ibar couldn't get the exchange, and now a ball hit right over the mound and right over the bag at second base. Does Ibar take and step on the bag, or does he give way to the shortstop at the last minute? He peels out of the way. Sobrish lunges for the ball, and it's off his glove and out into right field.
It is scored as a fielder's choice for Lind. He picks up an RBI, and the error by the shortstop allows Hill to settle into second. Joe Madden makes a pitching change and will return in a moment. Blue Jays aboard. A run in here in the 6th. It's now a 9-1 lead for the Blue Jays.
Thayer was just called up recently when the Rays had to put Chad Bradford on the disabled list with a bad back. Thayer pitched 3 times for the Rays during a late May call-up. Picked up a save in his debut. He had an ERA up over 5. He was an all-star at AAA this year with an ERA of 2. And had 14 saves for Durham.
Thayer is a 6-year minor leaguer who was originally signed by the Padres but picked up in a trade by Tampa Bay in September of '06. He's facing Scott Rowland, and the 1-1 pitch is fouled back. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Lance Cormier leaves after 2 1/3 relief innings and leaves with Hill at second, Lind at first, and a run in as the fielder's choice by Lind cashed Raul Chavez. The Blue Jays restore their 8-run lead. Rowland has a base hit in 3 trips. He's behind 1 and 2. Here's Thayer with the pitch, and it's hit in the air to center field. Upton's been doing a lot of this today. He's back to the wall and makes a leaping catch. So both base runners retreat as Upton times that one perfectly and takes one away from Scott Rowland.
Well, that's just a great play by Upton. He's got such great range in the outfield, knowledge and feel for where the wall is. He goes back hard, finds the wall, finds the warning track, takes away extra bases. And then did you see the throw? Threw that ball almost on a fly all the way to the pitcher's mound, thinking that the runners might be tagging up. He just uncorks it. Look at this. All the way and almost hits the pitcher's mound on a fly. Got a little talent out there in center field.
He's loaded with talent as the pitch runs in on Kevin Millar. Millar is now the only man in the Blue Jays starting 9 without a base hit. 0 for 3 today. Thayer with the 1-1, and though it's dropped by Navarro, it goes for strike 2. Thayer on the 2-2. Driven to right field. There's Gabe Kapler, and that's the inning. The Blue Jays score once on 2 hits and an error and lead the Rays 9-1.
zone.
After 6 innings, it's been a walk in the park for the Blue Jays today, leading Tampa Bay 9-1. The offense has answered, and Brian Talent has pitched a dandy so far, holding the Rays to a run on 4 hits through 6 innings in his first start since earlier this month.
Cito Gaston was asked before the game, what he was hoping to get out of Brian Talent. He said 6 or 7 innings. Give up a run here, run there. Great job by Talent, who works into the 7th inning for the first time since that start in early June down in Texas.
And if the skipper was worried about any rust from that 17-day layoff for Talent, he can worry no longer. He's been sharp as he faces Evan Longoria, who loops the ball into center field. Wells comes in, and it drops in front of him for a base hit. So the Rays get just their 5th hit of the afternoon. And Longoria's at first with nobody out in the 7th inning. Ben Zobrist steps in. And he sends this one foul and out of play. Zobrist was playing second base last night. He's the shortstop today. And this illustrates his value to the Tampa Bay Rays this year. You look at the numbers: 18 home runs, 53 RBIs, hits from both sides of the plate, and plays almost any position.
He's a valuable guy who could play right field yesterday. We've seen him at second base. We've seen him at shortstop. 18 home runs and 53 driven in.
Lines this one down the left field line, a base hit for Zobrist. Here's Longoria stretching for third. Tom Foley holds him there as Zobrist doubles with nobody out in the 7th.
And I'm sure we'll see some moving around in the bullpen. Even with a 9-1 lead, this is a team, Tampa Bay, that has the ability to come back. Zobrist rips the ball down the left field line. Brian Talent has given up now 4 hits in the last inning of pitching. A couple of doubles and a couple of singles.
That brings up Pat Burrell. 2 on, nobody out, both runners in scoring position. And Burrell has caused a bit of a stir in Chicago with the White Sox. So impressed was he with Dwayne Wise's catch in that perfect game by Mark Burley that after the game he suggested that perhaps the White Sox center fielder would, quote, wake up tomorrow with a new car in his driveway, meaning Burley owes him something. And Burley had said that when he threw the no-hitter against Texas 2 years ago, he bought the entire team watches. I guess a set of Rolex for the club. And Burrell feels that Dwayne Wise has owned a little more than just a watch for making that catch. So it'll be interesting to see what Burley does for his teammates following that perfect game 2 days ago.
Maybe he can go get the ball that they lost. Did you hear about that?
I did not.
Somebody who said they were from Major League Baseball went up to Josh Fields after the game, who caught the last out, and said, I need that ball for the Hall of Fame. Gave it to him. Gone.
Oh, no kidding.
The ball's gone. They don't know who has it.
They weren't from the Hall of Fame?
No. They weren't from Major League Baseball.
Uh-oh. That would be a shame. Two balls and 2 strikes on Burrell. Longoria at third, Ben Zobrist at second. Nobody out, 7th inning. in the dirt. Now a full count. The Blue Jays have Brandon League up and throwing now. It is an 8-run lead. But you can never get too cozy against these Rays. As Talent sets for the 3-2, it's on the way. It's up high for ball 4. And he has walked Burrell to load up the bases. Let's go downstairs and bring in Sam once again.
Well, Jamie, interesting that here we are in the top of the 7th inning. Cito Gaston saying before the game that he wasn't quite sure what he was going to get from Talent due to the long layoff, but was hoping he was going to get 6 innings out of him. And I think, you know, the first 3 hitters in this inning, gravy for him, but I can't see Cito Gaston waiting too long before making a move here.
And you just saw Gaston on the phone, perhaps checking the availability of League.
Probably said this is his last batter. With Kapler on deck, we talked at the beginning of the broadcast that the key for Brian Talent is strikes early. Base on balls were his culprit in his last few starts. That was his first walk.
Here's a shot right field off the base of the wall, and it juts away from Rios. So Longoria comes in. Here's Zobrist to score. Here's Burrow coming home, and he slides in safely on a bases clearing triple by Carlos Pena. That ball took a wild carom, and now the Rays are in business here in the 7th inning.
And you're not wasting any time. First ball, fastball hitting, hits one of those middle bars out there and ricochets all the way back to center field. By the time Vernon Wells runs it down and gets it to Aaron Hill, Pat Burrell can come all the way around from first base. And that is indeed it. Brandon League will try to come in and put the flames out. Brian Talent did a great job today.
Wrong for him here in the 7th. He's no longer in the ball game. He'll watch as Brandon League takes over.
Yeah, just ran out of gas. League has lost his last 4 decisions, so 1-4. Still ranks tied for first on the club with 5 holds.
He faces Gabe Kapler with Carlos Pena after a bases clearing triple, standing at third. Nobody out 7th inning. And the score is now 9-4.
Saw Brandon League a few days ago against Cleveland. He pitched an inning and a third and gave up just 1 hit. He had a great split finger fastball working that day. Had a couple of punch outs with it.
When he's on, he's virtually unhittable.
Yeah, he's tough. And he's tough on lefties and righties.
When he's not on, he can be terribly wild. He's facing the number 7 hitter here in Kapler. Here's the 2-strike pitch, and he got him.
You will probably get that splitter when you get to 2 strikes, and it's a dandy. Straight down, Chavez can't come up with it.
What do you make of that swing?
I make of he hasn't seen that kind of pitch before from Brandon Lee. Usually they will use the left-hander, Gabe Gross, in this situation, but I think Joe Madden is thinking to the 9th inning that if they come back and they score a few more runs, the closer for the Jays is left-handed. He's going to leave Kapler in there just in case they come back.
Here's a roller to Hill, and they concede the run, getting the out at first. It's now a 4-run inning. It's now a 9-5 game, and the Rays are slowly inching their way back into this ball game. You can now close the book on Brian Tallett's day. 6+ innings for Tallett, and 5 runs given up, all of them earned. Two gone. Here's Navarro. The catcher who watched from the bench last night as Michel Hernandez started against the Blue Jays has gone 1 for 2 today. He doubled and scored in the 6th inning. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the ground. Hill goes to his right, sets his feet, throws out Navarro, and ends the top of the 7th inning, an inning in which the Rays score 4 times. Reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. Now you know why the dome is closed today. And now you know why Brian Tallett is out of this game. He had a rough 7th inning, but has pieced together a nice outing starting against the Rays this afternoon.
Yeah, 6 strong innings for Brian Tallett. 4 straight batters reach in the top of the 7th. He has pulled just 1 walk. We were saying that right before the triple by Carlos Pena. That was his first walk of the night. So he is in line for his first win since June the 23rd.
And here's an interesting situation. Just about to begin the bottom of the 7th, and as Vernon Wells was coming to the plate, Joe Madden comes out, takes out Dale Thayer. He'll instead go to a right-hander, Grant Balfour. So a pitching change is made here, and we'll address it when we return. as an Australian comes in, Brent Balfour.
Good numbers for Balfour. 4-1. Opponent's batting average of .230. He's got 11 holds out of the bullpen for Joe Madden, which is tied for 10th in the American League. Comes right over the top and right after you with a good fastball.
In the last of the 7th, he sees Wells, Rios, and Bautista. And there's that breaking ball. It gets him ahead of Wells, 0-2. Fouled right back and just out of play. That one almost caught on the fly by Pat Tabler.
You need some longer arms.
Or a fishnet.
Yeah.
If you had a fishnet, that's your baseball.
Watch your Coke.
Yeah, we had a bit of an accident last night. As Balfour kicks for the 1-2 pitch. And it's fouled away. You know, Cito Gaston prior to this game had some veiled criticisms of Wells when asked about his approach at the plate lately. Vernon said, you know, I can preach as much as I want. I can offer opinions. I can offer advice. But when it comes right down to it, as he strikes out, it's the player's initiative. It's the player who's up there. It's the player who has to make the adjustments. And now Vernon Wells has answered today. He's 2 for 4 despite that strikeout. But here is a man who's really been hearing it the last little while from the faithful here in Toronto.
Get a couple of hits, knock in some big runs, and that'll change.
Rios has started to do that. He's riding a 7-game hit streak, has a home run and a single in the ball game today. Takes a cut there and falls behind 0-2. Rios strikes out looking. And so there are 2 gone quickly as Balfour, despite that last name, is striking guys out.
He's got a good fastball. And this one is right at the knees. Last pitched 5 days ago. So you can see he is well rested. He's got some good speed today. Good fastball.
Gets ahead of the batter here, and that's Jose Bautista. One of 3 Blue Jays to hit a home run today. They have 4 all told, 2 from Hill, 1 from Rios, 1 from Bautista. Bautista with his 3rd of the year. That came in the 2nd inning. At the time, it made it a 3-0 game. One and one, and that is in the dirt for ball 2. Some high cheese, and Bautista goes after it. 2-2.
He had some of the best strikeout per 9-inning numbers for any reliever last year in baseball. Averaged about 12 strikeouts per 9 innings. Comes out of that bullpen just pumping fastballs. Got to turn it up a notch today. He has a good one.
Here's the 2-strike pitch. Off the plate, ball 3. 2 years ago, the bullpen was Tampa Bay's weakest link. They revised it, added some bodies, picked up Dan Wheeler, picked up J.P. Howell, as Balfour walks Jose Bautista, and last year it became their strength.
They had it with strength in numbers. Percival was healthy last year. He's not here. They've had some problems with Isringhausen, but they've had Balfour and Wheeler last year, J.P. Howe.
First pitch to Chavez is fouled out of play. Raul Chavez didn't even make this team out of spring training. He was sent to AAA Las Vegas, asked to wait for an opportunity, had the option, and was given the option by the club to perhaps look for work at the big league level elsewhere, but he decided to stick it out in Las Vegas for a while. An injury sidelined Michael Barrett early on. Chavez came up in April, and he's been around ever since.
And Michael Barrett is back.
Injury free and
back in AAA.
He got sent down to AAA. And really, the way that Chavez has backed up Rod Barajas, it would be hard to take him out of the major league roster, because performance-wise, he's earned his right to stay here.
Hitting around 250, but I think it's his work behind the plate. And the way he has been throwing out base runners, about 39%, which is very good. Aggressive throwing to all the bases, throwing behind the runner at first. Doing a good job of calling games and catching a lot of different pitchers.
Two and two now on Chavez with Bautista at first. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning, and the Blue Jays have a 9-5 lead on Tampa Bay. Grant Balfour is the third reliever of the day. David Price lasted just 3. And Chavez swings and misses, striking out. Balfour strikes out the side in the 7th. And we head for the 8th with the Blue Jays on top by 4. You're watching Blue Jays baseball on Rogers Sportsnet.
Well, who else? Aaron Hill touches up David Price for a home run. This was in the 2nd inning, and then he gets Lance Cormier. 2 innings later, home runs 23 and 24. Aaron Hill having a big day.
Visit BlueJays.com to register for a chance to win prizes with the Burger King Superfan Contest. Brandon Lee cleans up the mess in the 7th inning. He'll take a seat now and watch as Jeremy Accardo goes to work in the 8th.
Accardo has chipped in that 8th inning, has done a really good job of late. His last 6 appearances have been scoreless. Last pitched a couple of days ago against Cleveland. Good numbers all the way around, averaging about a strikeout per inning, which is good for a reliever. First batter he will face, it'll be the top of the order in B.J. Upton.
Upton with a base hit to left field. his last time up, but ran into an out at second base. He takes strike one from Ricardo, wearing that nifty blue glove. He's got his name emblazoned on the thumb as he goes to the windup and deals the pitch. It's fouled back. 0-2 on Upton. We talked about Upton's position in the draft of 0-2. He actually fell to Tampa Bay with the number 2 pick because the Pittsburgh Pirates, picking number 1 overall that year, felt he wasn't signable. As that's off the glove of Ricardo, charged by Scudero, but they don't have a play at first base, so Upton is on.
His second hit of the afternoon. Right back at Jeremy Ricardo. The pitchers were out here the other day with PFP practice. That ball hit a little bit too hard. No chance for Scudero to get Upton. Off the dirt, right back at him. Ricochets off of his glove. By then, no chance to get Upton.
Carl Crawford is back up now. And Upton goes right away. The throw from Chavez gets him.
What were we saying about Chavez throwing ability?
Keeps him in the major leagues.
To be a good catcher and a good throwing catcher, you got to have help from your pitcher, but you have to have quick feet, quick hands, and a good arm. Watch Chavez come out of there. Boom. Shoots it out there. With a good throw. Just gets Upton. Upton has been thrown out the most any base runner in the American League. Got a ton of stolen bases.
He's stolen 32, but he's been thrown out 10 times this year.
The most in the American League.
And he runs into an out again. As Crawford, 1 for 3, takes that pitch. 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's Aaron Hill backhanding the ball. He throws out Crawford. And there are 2 gone for Ricardo in the 8th inning.
They've given up 3 hits to Crawford and Upton. And neither one of them have made it to second base. 3 singles. Crawford was wiped out on a double play in the 4th inning. You talked about Upton as there's some action in the pen. That's Joe Nelson. Upton being thrown out at second base on that single by Bautista, now caught stealing. So they've gotten on a few times, but the farthest they could go was first base.
One strike on Evan Longoria. And the pitch from Ricardo goes up the middle, a base hit. So Longoria today is 2 for 4 as he stands at first base with Kevin Millar. And as Ben Zobrist comes to the plate, this is our chance to wish a happy belated 97th birthday to Martha O'Brien, who's watching today in Lethbridge, Alberta. Kick of the pitch from Ricardo gets a strike on Zobrist. There are a lot of Blue Jay fans down there in southern Alberta, and surely we'll be seeing a few of them beginning Monday in Seattle as the Jays begin a 3-game set with the Mariners. They get an off day on the road Thursday. They'll spend it in San Francisco and then begin a 3-game series Friday night with the Oakland A's. 1 strike on Zobrist. Here's Ricardo keeping an eye on Longoria. That pitch is down for ball 1. Zobrist was part of that 4-run seventh for the Rays. They started the inning against Brian Talent with a single from Longoria. Zobrist doubled Longoria to third. Pat Burrell came up and walked the bases loaded. And Carlos Pena, on the first pitch he saw from Talent, tripled to right center field. 1-2. Here's Accardo with the pitch. And that just misses off the plate. Ball 2.
Very patient hitter is Ben Zobrist. Jesse Carlson is up. I'm sure he'll get Pena if it gets that far. Just now starting to get loose.
Ball 3. So with 2 out and a full count, this will give an opportunity for Longoria to get a jump. He's on the move as the pitch is inside. Ball 4 to Zobrist.
You know, Jamie, how big is that play now by Chavez throwing out B.J. Upton?
Very big.
It's only a 4-run game. I say only 4 because Tampa has that ability to get runners on base. Here's the check swing from Zobrist. He holds up. They don't make that play, Chavez. You're looking at bases loaded and just 1 out of the big sticks coming up. So, huge play getting Upton at second base.
Pat Burrell muscles one foul. Burrell is the DH, 0 for 2. He flied out to right in the second inning, grounded back to Talent in the 5th, and then walked the bases loaded in the 7th inning and came around from first on the triple by Pena. Tampa Bay is 2 for 4 then, with runners in scoring position as he steps in to face Jeremy Accardo. 8th inning of play, the Jays holding on to a 4-run lead. Accardo sets, checks the runner. Here's the pitch, and it's a strike. 0-2. And now Chavez comes out.
What do you want to do here with 2 strikes? Do you want to knock him off the plate first with a fastball and then maybe throw that breaking ball? You want to go right after him right here.
Accardo comes set, and the pitch is off the plate. Maybe try and get him to chase something away, but that's a veteran hitter up there.
Yeah, the Burrell's been around. He knows what they're going to try and do to him. He is a low ball hitter. He likes the ball down and in. Given any ground on that fastball. He might look out over the plate here now.
This is very likely the last batter that Accardo faces. Jesse Carlson is warm in the bullpen. Carlos Pena, a left-hander, is on deck. 2-2. Here's the pitch, fouled back. Runs it in. It gets away from Chavez. Both Zobrist and Longoria move up a base. And now you've got a pair in scoring position.
See how they have the ability, even with 2 outs. They had 2 outs, nobody on, and the next thing you know, second and third, in the meat of the order coming up. That ball off the glove of Chavez allows the runner to advance. So from 0-2 to 3-2.
Here's an important pitch in this ball game. A 3-2 offering. Grounded down the line and fair. Longoria comes home. So too does Zobrist. And now, as Burrell hustles to second, he is thrown out on the play, trying to pick up the extra base. He's not at all happy with the call, but he is thrown out by Jose Bautista. However, the Rays are able to count 2 in the 8th, and the Jays' lead is only 2.
Too quickly. This ball right over the bag down the left field line, and the key is a ball kicked right to him. A good, strong, accurate throw. Burrell tries to do the same slide that we saw from Navarro, but he is gunned down.
Now watch this replay and watch the tag right there. And perhaps, in fact, Burrell had a case when he came up and suggested to Jerry Meals that he got in there ahead of the tag.
It was close. But the Rays get 2 runners thrown out at second base that inning, so it could have been a whole lot worse.
So the Blue Jays here in the bottom of the 8th need to get some of those runs back. Scott Downs is up and throwing in the Blue Jays bullpen. Surely 2 innings ago, he thought that he was not going to be making any kind of an appearance today, after suffering the loss last night in 10. But Downs is up and throwing as the Blue Jays hit in the bottom of the 8th inning. Tampa Bay has made this one interesting. Top of the order for the Jays against Grant Balfour as Scutaro fouls it back. $26,527 the announced attendance for this afternoon's ball game. And there is a base hit from Marco Scutaro. And he's heading for second. Upton with the throw. It's really high. Savvy base running by Scutaro gets him an extra base. And he moves into scoring position right away.
Give up a couple of runs, come right back. Marco Scutaro is the ideal guy for the Blue Jays to get it started. Rips this ball to left field for his 3rd hit. And he's going to test the arm of B.J. Upton. That time a little bit too aggressive as he overthrows Willie Ibar at second base. A leadoff double Upton's got a great arm, 5 assists this year, but Scudero is a good base runner. He knows when he can go, when he can pick up that extra base. That time he does it without a slide.
What an afternoon for the leadoff man. 3 for 5, 2 singles, a double. He scored twice. As Aaron Hill steps in, 3 for 4 with a pair of home runs.
He had a 4-hit game earlier this year at Minnesota back in April. Looking to do it again here.
Ball 1 to Hill.
You know the way he is swinging the bat. This situation right now is crying out for him to advance the runner to third base, but the way he is swinging the bat, go ahead, try and knock him in. Don't give yourself up.
Ground ball smothered by the shortstop Zobrist. He throws out Hill, but on the play he's able to move Scudero over to third. That one almost got through.
He almost came through with a base hit. You're the base runner at second. Anything to your left, you're going to go ahead and go. Good job by Zobrist to take away an RBI single from Aaron Hill.
A left-handed hitter is due, and a left-handed reliever is coming in as Joe Madden calls upon Randy Choate. So with 1 out in the 8th, the Rays make a pitching change. It's a 2-run lead for the Jays as you're watching Blue Jays baseball on Rogers Sportsnet.
Started the year 2 for 28 left-handers against Choate. But he has come back down to earth. Lefties now have 5 hits in their last 8 at bats against him, and he is facing Adam Lind for the 5th time this year.
Here's a roller to the drawn-in infield. Ibar looks back. Scudero gets Lind at first and gets an important second out. And Joe Madden wastes no time in going back to his bullpen. Choate has done his job. Bullpen management on display by Madden and the Rays this afternoon as Dan Wheeler makes his way in from the right field bullpen. Off goes the lefty, in comes the righty. And again, we'll take a look at his numbers when we continue on Sportsnet. tosses as he sets to face Scott Rowland here in the 8th inning. The Blue Jays have Marco Scutaro at third. And with 2 gone, Tampa has really crept back into this one, trailing the Jays by only 2. Dan Wheeler wants to keep it that way as he faces Scott Rowland, who's certainly hitting the ball this year.
Wheeler's a lot like Grant Balfour, where they could close games. He can set games up. He can get this matchup that Joe Maddon wants, the right on right. Wheeler also has 11 holes like Balfour, tied for 10th in the American League, but he's going to face a tough one in Scott Rowland, who has been good in this situation all year long, hitting .325 with runners in scoring position.
Despite 9 runs scored today, the Blue Jays are only 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position. Wheeler grinds the ball into his glove. Throws one inside for ball 1. Rowland has a base hit in 4 trips. Might have had 2 if not for a terrific catch by Upton in center field back in the 6th inning. Wheeler sets at the belt. Here's the 1-1. And he gets a strike as Rowland can't hold up. So it's a ball and 2 strikes now.
Dan Wheeler has a very simple philosophy when he is out on the mound. Just keep attacking the strike zone. You see he's got an assortment of pitches. And very simply, hey, I'm going to come right after you with all of them. I'm going to be very aggressive and offensive when I'm out there.
Boy, Rowland just got a piece there. And so he stays alive. Kevin Millar is on deck in case Rowland gets on. 9-7 for the Jays in game 2 of this 3-game series. Tampa's bullpen has been well used. Wheeler is the 5th reliever. And he's got 2 strikes on Rowland. Here's the pitch. And it's a 2-2 count. David Price started this game, lasted only 3 innings. Lance Cormier went 2 1/3 in long relief. Dale Thayer, Grant Balfour, and Randy Choate have pinched since. And now Wheeler's on here with 2 out and a man on third in the 8th inning. Strike 3 called. Rowland drops the bat as Paul Emmel punches him out, and they leave Scutaro there at third. down at Tropicana Field, and this was last night in the 10th inning with 2 out, a double that falls in front of Joe Inglet by Evan Longoria, cashes 2, and the Rays go on to the 4-2 victory. Downs falls to 1-2 on the season, and after the Blue Jays built up a huge lead today against Tampa Bay, he probably didn't think he'd be in this position, but the Rays have come back, made it a 9-7 game into the 9th inning.
If you are a closer and you blow a game, you want to get right back out there. You have to have a short memory. Great numbers all season long for Scott Downs. Yesterday, that curveball that he had, he wasn't able to get it where he wanted to. Longoria beat him with a 3-2 breaking ball to left field.
He starts with a left-hander in Carlos Pena. Ball 1 to the first baseman, who got this comeback started for the Rays in the 7th inning with a none-out bases clearing triple. Driving in 3, he came home himself on a ground out by Ibar. And he blasts this ball high and deep to left field, turning their backs, both outfielders watching it fly. It's a 1-run game in Toronto as Carlos Pena connects for his league-leading 25th home run. Don't you turn off that television set just yet.
Well, he stayed behind that ball right there. Downs has not given up a lot of home runs this year, but he stayed behind this, and he's got power the opposite way. Stays back and then extends right through it.
And now the Rays have to feel rejuvenated here, down by only 1 in the 9th inning. Downs to face Gabe Kapler. Kapler would be followed by Willie Ibar, and then the number 9 spot, Dioner Navarro, comes up.
Just the 2nd home run that Scott Downs has given up this year. Remember we talked earlier, Kapler wasn't pinch hit for when they brought Brandon Lee in.
Great point. Joe Madden thinking ahead to perhaps a situation like this.
Right here, who the closer is for the Jays. This situation right here.
He grounds to short. A sliding Scudero up with a baseball, and he gets him at first. Lyle Overbay there replacing Kevin Millar. And there is an important out made by Scudero.
Important. Get that first guy. Defense has been good all year long. Scudero ranges to his left, picks it off the turf, and then with a good strong throw, gets Kapler at first base.
So Overbay has taken over for Kevin Millar. And with 1 out, the Rays bring up Willie Ibar. Ibar smacks it to center field. This is a dangerous shot. Here's Wells at the wall, and it's gone. A tie ball game. Can you believe this? A 9-1 lead has been erased, and the Rays have tied it in the 9th. Oh my goodness.
We've talked about them coming back because they have the ability to manufacture runs with their speed and hit home runs. 2nd home run of the inning, 8th of the season for Ibar. And he always seems to come up with big hits against the Blue Jays. Scott Downs can't believe it. That ball leaves the yard, and we are tied.
What a turn of events. The comeback kids from Tampa Bay have erased what was a 9-1 lead after 6 innings.
What was Carl Crawford telling Sam at the end of the game yesterday? Says we have that ability to come back. We feel like we are never out of any games. What they did last year winning and getting into the playoffs, they feel like they can come back on anybody.
And the Rays know well what it's like to be on the wrong end of this kind of a ball game. They were in Cleveland earlier this year.
Down by or up by 10.
10-0 was their lead late in that ball game, and the Indians came back and won 11-10. As Navarro strikes out for out number 2. And let's get a little more now from Sam Cosentino.
Well, Jimmy, the last time the Rays were in, I chatted with B.J. Upton about the kind of swagger needed to play at the top team in this division. And he said, yeah, we've grown up together. We've lost a lot of games together. Through that losing, we have learned. And as a result, we just started to build on a winning tradition here, really led by Joe Maddon. And now they feel that they have that swagger, that no matter where they are in a game, up or down, that they have the ability to compete with the best and to go ahead and beat the best. And obviously that was the case going to the World Series last year.
Well, they've got a right to possess a swagger. They've got some talented young ball players on this team. Good enough to erase what was a 9-1 lead for the Blue Jays after 6 innings. After 6 innings, Brian Talent was absolutely cruising along. He'd given up just a run on 4 hits, but had a troublesome 7th inning. The Rays scored 4 times, added 2 more in the 8th. They've added 2 more on solo shots here in the 9th. And now it's grounded down to third, but past Roland in foul ground.
They've had runners thrown out at second base a couple of times. Or it could be worse. Hold them right here, win it in the 9th.
And you talk about the little changes that can sometimes affect a team later on in the ball game. Lyle Overbay put in for defensive purposes. As Downs gets a strike there, would be the first man up for the Blue Jays in the bottom of the 9th. And so Joe Maddon knows he's got his closer up and warming. And his closer is a very good left-hander, J.P. Howell. The 2-2 pitch from Downs, and that's grounded foul as well. So it's Overbay, Wells, and Rios scheduled to hit for the Blue Jays in the bottom of this inning. Right now, though, Scott Downs just wants to erase B.J. Upton and give his club a chance to win it in the last half of the inning.
I think the only way you'll see Howell is if they take the lead. I mean, they've burned through some pitchers already. They're going to be running out of them. We'll see.
Here's the 2-2. Base hit left field. And that's extra bases for Upton. He'll hustle his way to second and keep the inning alive for the Rays.
Boy, they just keep coming and coming. Extra base pop, some speed, fastball on the inner half, ripped down the left field line. This is like his ball that he hit in the 6th inning, but he was thrown out by Bautista. 24 doubles now for Upton.
The batter for Tampa Bay is Carl Crawford. The pitch from Downs is picked up by Hill. He throws out Crawford. The Jays will get an opportunity in the bottom of the 9th, but right now they are tied at 9. First it was Pena, and then it was Willie Ibar with a game-tying shot. Following this ball game, Jim Lang and Ivanka Osmak are standing by, and we'll be bringing you some reaction to the finish of this game. Defensively, Jason Bartlett takes over short, and Joe Madden moves Ben Zobrist from short to second. So Willie Ibar, after hitting the game-tying home run, is pulled from the game. And Lyle Overbay, who replaced Kevin Millar at first, gets his first at bat and does so against right-hander Dan Wheeler.
Outfield is deep. They don't want anything between them for extra bases. Overbay has that in his arsenal. 21 doubles, triple, and 9 home runs for Lyle Overbay.
Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's low for ball 2. Overbay started last night against Matt Garza and went 0 for 4. Hitting .256 this year. He's got a favorable count here as he faces Wheeler. He lets that one pass. 2 balls and a strike. And now Navarro sets up outside. It comes back across the plate, and it's fouled away by Overbay. Those numbers tell you that Overbay's been in a bit of a slide at the plate the last 22, hitting just .188. He's facing a 2-2 situation here from Wheeler, and it's now a full count. Vernon Wells is on deck for the Blue Jays. Alex Rios in the hole in the bottom of the 9th inning. Here comes the payoff to Overbay, and he sends it foul. What an interesting ball game we've watched here today, Pat. Brian Talent was cruising in a start for the Jays. He got a whole bunch of run support. The Jays scored twice in the first, twice in the second, twice in the third, twice in the fourth. By the end of 4, they'd hit 4 home runs, 2 from Aaron Hill, and seemed to have this one as we approached the 7th. Lock, stock, and barrel. But Tampa Bay has made a remarkable comeback as Overbay fouls this one away as well.
They've done it with home runs, and they've done it with extra bases. I mean, this is the furthest thing that, from my mind, that I thought was going to happen. The bullpen has been so good for the Jays this year.
Swing and a miss. Overbay strikes out, down on a breaking ball, and Wheeler gets the first out.
Lefties are hitting .326 against Dan Wheeler, but he's going to pull the string here. Breaking ball, 3-2, and Overbay swings over the top of it. You got a shot of him earlier in the bat, kind of shaking his head because he knew that he was missing some pitches that he should have been hitting. So Wheeler gets the first batter here in the 9th.
Vernon Wells now hits it in the air into left field. Crawford trots in slowly and makes the catch. Wells flies out. 2 down now. Alex Rios has hit his 12th home run in this game.
Wheeler's going to be very careful with Rios here. He can end this game with one swing. He also has the ability to get into scoring position because the outfielders are deep with his speed, but it's not going to happen here.
Popped it up. And how about this? Did you think we'd be saying extra innings when you tuned in early on? Cito Gaston certainly didn't. We're headed for the 10th. But that's what the Rays were able to do. You see the numbers that they have posted. They can do it with speed and do it with power.
When you're behind, that can help you get back into games. And we've seen that this afternoon. 120 home runs now for the Rays. Only the Rangers and Yankees have hit more. 140 stolen bases. They're just blowing by everybody. That speed will probably show up at some point in the game. And it'll be up to Jason Frazier to hold it right there. Frazier into the ball game. He is the 5th pitcher, 4th reliever for the Jays this afternoon. A good record, 5-2 with a .225 earned run average. He's also thrown in 3 saves. Good fastball, good breaking ball, and a good changeup from Frazier. Good numbers all season long.
And the first man he sees is the man who knocked in the game-winning run on a 2-run double in the 10th inning last night. Here's Evan Longoria. His double decided that game in extras a night ago. He leads off the 10th inning against Frazier. Slightly under 27,000 showed up today. Almost 3,000 more than attended last night's ball game, and they have seen a little bit of everything. Offense from both sides. Good starting pitching from a Blue Jay perspective. Although Brian Tallett was strong after 6, he ran into some trouble in the 7th inning. And a Rays bullpen that, for the most part, has held it together after David Price was chased early. There's Jason Frazier getting a strikeout of Evan Longoria, 1 away.
Frazier has come in this year and averaged a strikeout an inning. Paints the outside corner right there. Longoria thinks it's outside. He might have an argument. 1 down here in the 10th. He pitches off his fastball, and don't let his size fool you. Frazier, he can run it up there in the low 90s.
He faces second baseman Ben Zobrist. Frazier tried to spot his fastball inside and now out. Missing on both occasions. It's 2-0. That one's hit to right field, a base hit. Zobrist goes up to get it. And so with one out, the Rays have a base runner.
You know, one of the things that the Rays do so well offensively is they get themselves into good counts. All afternoon we've seen that when they get themselves into 2-0, 1-0 counts, they turn on that fastball. They hit it hard.
Here is Pat Burrell again. It was Burrell who slapped a base hit inside third base in the 8th inning and brought home 2, made it a 9-7 game. He was thrown out trying to stretch it into a double. And so Jeremy Accardo was able to get out of the 8th, giving up just 2. Scott Downs, however, could not preserve the 2-run lead in the 9th inning.
About this team, they stay aggressive on the bases. Also, Zobrist is a threat to steal. He has 12 stolen bases this year. He's been thrown out 3 times. Sometimes it comes back to harm you. Sometimes it could really help you. Burrell's been thrown out trying to stretch a single into a double. Upton's been thrown out the same way, also trying to steal. You can't lay back. If your game is being aggressive and running the bases, you can't lay back. I don't care what the score is.
Belted left field and well hit. That one's headed for the pole, but just foul.
He's a veteran, Pat Burrell. He knows that he was just out in front of that pitch from Jason Frazier. Didn't even move. Plenty of distance. Never left the batter's box. He doesn't even look at it.
Outside for ball 1. Frazier has held opponents to a .214 average this year. His ERA coming in a nifty 2.25. Snap throw back to first, but Zobrist dives back in time. You know, the Blue Jays this year are 9-1 when they have 15 or more hits in a game. Their only loss came at the hands of the Cleveland Indians May 4th, when they were able to put together 15 or more hits. They've got 15 on the nose today, but they find themselves tied with the Rays in the 10th inning. Pitches down to Burrell, and now the count is 3-1.
The home plate umpire signaling 2-2. I missed a strike somewhere also. I thought it was 3-1.
Well, Jason Frazier likes a 2-2 a lot better than a 3-1, so he'll take it. Here is the pitch, and it's hit in the air to right field for Rios. Burrell's gone with a second out as Zobrist retreats to first. Back comes Carlos Pena, who was silent in the series until that 7th inning. He'd gone 0 for 7 if you combine last night's game with the first 2 at-bats in this one. Stepped up in the 7th against Brian Tallett with the bases loaded and nobody out and tripled in 3. And then facing Scott Downs in the 9th, hit a solo blast to center field, making it a 1-run game. A league-leading 25 home runs. Frazier checks the runner, sets and fires, and gets a strike.
You don't want to take the bat out of your big home run hitter, your big RBI guy either. So I think Zobrist will just stay at first base. Massive shift against Carlos Pena. That is Scott rolling right by second base. All kind of room to left field.
Here's the 0-1. Now a ball and a strike. Frazier has had a very consistent year. He swoops in from time to time for a victory. In fact, he's won 5 games this year, and on the 1-1 he throws it inside and it misses for ball 2.
Yeah, early on this year he was the vulture. Getting some wins, coming in tight situations, holding it right there, giving his team a chance to come back, and they usually did. Has a chance here to do it again. Get Pena, get that offense in there, score a run, and you can come away with your 6th win.
Chavez sets up outside, and Pena swings through 2-2. There's Zobrist stuck at first. 2 gone, 10th inning. Tied at 9. Jason Frazier on the hill.
And Aaron Hill just took a couple of steps backwards to make sure nothing gets by him. That is him out in short right field. Look at him moving back even further.
And now a complimentary throw over to first. Here's the pitch from Frazier, and he got him. He strikes out Carlos Pena, and now Pena has words with the home plate umpire. Paul Emmelt tosses his bat, and Frazier gets a big-time K. Gets his team back up to the plate when we return.
right there. It looked like he did. Paul Emmel calls him out right away. Pena says, hey, why can't you check with the third base umpire? Walks away, throws his bat, and Emmel was getting ready to possibly bang him.
Came awfully close to an ejection there. So here come the Blue Jays, bottom of the 10th inning. Dan Wheeler continues to throw, and he gets a strike on Jose Bautista, the left fielder. I'm Jamie Campbell with Pat Tabler and Sam Cosentino this afternoon. What a game. Tied at 9 in the bottom of the 10th. Wheeler helped send it to extras after retiring the side 1, 2, and 3 in the ninth. He struck out Overbay, got a fly ball out of Wells, and popped up Alex Rios. So for the Jays, the 8, 9, and 1 hitters come to the plate. 1 and 1 on Bautista.
We haven't had a walk-off hit in a while, have we?
Here's a base hit to left field. Not since May the 2nd against Baltimore have the Blue Jays walked off with a win. They are 4 and 9 in extra inning games. But here's a good sign. The number 8 hitter has a single to lead off.
Yeah, anytime you can get that leadoff batter on, it just gives your manager more things that he can do. Solid single to left field for Bautista, his 3rd hit of the game. 4th time that he has been on base, and the only time they got him out was that line drive double play that he hit right at the second baseman.
So Raul Chavez steps in against Wheeler. Longoria in at 3rd, and Wheeler checks the runner quickly. He squares, drops down a bunt, and it's a dandy. This gets the job done as Bautista advances to second.
He's a good bunter. That's 3 sacrifice hits now this year for Chavez, doing the little things behind the plate. We were talking about it earlier. He squares, he gets the bat out in front early and just deadens it to the right side of the infield. The only play for Wheeler is over to first base. And the potential game-winning run moves into scoring position.
So it's time for Joe Madden to call upon his closer. Left-hander J.P. Howell picked up a save last night. He's trying to prevent the Blue Jays from a victory here today in the 10th inning. Jim Lang, you'll hear from Sam Cosentino as reviewing the contents of this ball game will be the first order of business. And it's been a wild one. Tied at 9 in the bottom of the 10th inning. J.P. Howell on for the second straight day. And he faces Marco Scutaro, who watches that one sail low. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Howell looks back and sees Jose Bautista at second base. And Bautista is there after he is sacrificed over by Raul Chavez. The Jays haven't walked off with a win since May the 2nd. They've got an opportunity here and a very savvy man at the plate. 1 ball and no strikes to Scutaro. Howell sets and fires, and that gets in for strike 1.
Really the right 2 guys coming up. Scutaro has 33 of his 44 RBIs with men in scoring position. He's had a great day. Aaron Hill's had a fantastic day.
Certainly the coaching staff was happy to see Chavez drop down the bunt and advance Bautista. In the 8th inning yesterday, the game was tied at 2. And as we learned this morning, John McDonald simply missed a sign.
Thought he saw hit and run. It was the bunt. Popped up into a double play. Worked to perfection here to this afternoon today. Bautista out there getting a very good aggressive lead, ready to run on anything hit to the outfield.
2 and 1 on Scutaro, who has 3 hits already today. Here's Howell with the pitch, and that's over for strike 2. Scutaro with singles in the 1st and 4th. He scored on both occasions. He led off the 8th inning with a double, but was stranded at 3rd. Now faces one of the best left-handed relievers in the American League in J.P. Howell. Here comes the pitch.
And hot too. Been hot on this road trip. They've won 5 games on this long road trip, and he has saved all 5 of them.
Howell played collegiately at the University of Texas, where his battery mates were Taylor Teagarden, now catching with the Texas Rangers, and former Blue Jay Curtis Thigpen. He checks the runner and steps off. Fakes the throw to second as Bautista gets back.
He had that inside move. Bautista just bouncing off the bag out there.
The payoff. Strike 3 called. Marco Scutaro took a step toward first, thinking he'd worked a walk against J.P. Howell, and he strikes out looking.
He's had a lot of strikeouts this year. This is a big one, right at the bottom of the strike zone. Scutaro thinks it's low. That's right at the knees. And they will indeed walk Aaron Hill and take their chances with Adam Lind.
Adam Lind is announced. And this is the matchup Joe Maddon was looking for. He's got his left-hander on the mound. And the left-handed hitting designated hitter coming up for the Blue Jays. 2 gone, first and second for Toronto. Bottom of the 10th inning. Here's Howell hoping to send it to 11. First pitch swinging, popped up. In comes Pena. And out go the Blue Jays. Off to the 11th here on Rogers Sportsnet as the Jays and Rays are still tied at 9. Who becomes the 5th reliever used today. He'll replace Jason Frazier, who pitched an effective 10th.
Camp has pitched in a variety of roles for Cito Gaston this year. He's been a long man. He's been a 6th inning guy, 7th. And now in a tie game in the 11th inning will come in the first battle he'll face as a pinch hitter. Sinker, slider, good curveball for Sean Camp. When he's got that going, the former Ray can pile up some strikeouts.
There's Gabe Gross, who gets his first chance at the plate today. Hitting .271. Camp with a 1-0 pitch, and he misses for ball 2. Fouled back by Gross, who has been able to hang around the big leagues despite a career average against left-handers of just 167. That's why he doesn't start whenever there's a lefty on the mound, and that is the case today. At least was the case today when Brian Tallett got the nod for the Jays.
Platoon guy, but that's all right. He brings a lot of tools to the table. Plays good defense. He's a good base runner. He's got some power. If you make a mistake, he can hurt you. 177 at bats. He's got 5 home runs.
And he's got a very good outfield arm.
Yes. Been talking Tampa about, maybe we could find another bat and put him in right field. Kapler and Gross have pretty good combined numbers.
He is able to draw a walk facing Camp. And you go back to the 9th inning, a 1-run lead. Willie Ibar hits it high and deep to center field off Scott Downs. And Tampa Bay came all the way back to tie it at 9 after the Blue Jays, after 6 innings, held a 9-1 lead.
That was this spot in the batting order. But as soon as they tied it, they brought in Jason Bartlett for defense. And now a player who can do a lot of things. Good average at 338. Leadoff batter on. They can sacrifice him. They can hit and run. Looks like they're going to just go ahead and let a guy hitting about 340 move him around.
He squares now and drops a bunt. Camp picks it up and throws to first. Almost throws it over the head of Overbay.
It's a team, Tampa, that doesn't utilize the sacrifice bunt that much. Probably because they've got so much speed. If they get a speedy guy on at first, why bunt him over when he can steal second? This is just their 13th sacrifice hit this year. Placed perfectly by Bartlett right down in the no man's land. Camp, you're right, almost shovels that ball over the head of Overbay.
So Gross moves up to second into scoring position. And Dioner Navarro, who is 1 for 4, steps in against a man he used to catch in Sean Camp. Here's a switch hitting catcher who made the All-Star team last year. Up against a right-hander from Fairfax, Virginia. One strike on Navarro. Camp takes a look at Gross, comes to the plate. Line to left field, a base hit. Bautista up with the ball, and he gets it in quickly, so Gross is held at third.
Well, they learned their lesson. Bautista's already thrown out 2 runners on the bases. Charges hard. Ball was hit sharply by Navarro. Stays right with it. Slices at the left field. Bautista, the left fielder, reads it and charges quickly. Look how fast he comes. Got good hands. Picks that ball up. No chance to score. Gabe Gross from second.
So there's the scene. Runners on first and third. 1 away. And here is B.J. Upton as Camp steps off. And he squares. Thinking about squeezing, perhaps.
Safety squeeze.
Good thing, too.
Safety squeeze. The difference is, as the runner, you're going to watch and see if he gets that ball down. If it's down, you're coming. Suicide squeeze, you're leaving as soon as that pitcher starts towards home.
Camp with the 1-0. Now 2-0.
He's got a good sinker. If he can throw that, get it in a good spot, he can get the ball on the ground. But Upton with a lot of speed, it's going to be hard to turn it.
There's the 2-0
There
pitch.
it is.
He goes after it. Great sink on that fastball. And he gets a strike on Upton.
Good sinker down underneath the bat. Upton has only grounded into 3 double plays all season long.
Here it comes, and it's fouled down the left field line. Carl Crawford is on deck for the Rays. Yet another guy in this lineup who is awfully difficult to double up. This is the top of the 11th inning. Crawford watches from the on-deck circle as B.J. Upton faces a 2-2 from Sean Camp. Gabe Gross at third, the potential go-ahead run. Dioner Navarro is over at first base.
Talking yesterday, the game tying or go-ahead RBI leaders. This is one of them right here. E.J. Upton, Pena, Upton, Zobrist, and Crawford are all tied with 14 game-tying or go-ahead RBIs.
And Upton has 3 consecutive hits. He singled in the 6th inning and ran into an out at second base. Singled in the 8th. He was caught stealing. Doubled in the 9th. Now faces Camp in the 11th. Here's the pitch, and it's popped up. This is playable for Overbay. And Camp gets Upton for out number 2. Upton walks off slowly, and we'll leave it up to Carl Crawford to try and bring home a go-ahead run with 2 out.
Crawford leads this team in infield hits with 20, but he doesn't lead the team in infield hits bunt singles. That really isn't part of his game. He's been trying to learn it the last couple of years, drag bunting, pushing bunts. He has not mastered it yet, but he does lead the team in infield hits, 20.
The Blue Jays' third baseman, Scott Rowland, is playing right up level with third now. Both middle infielders are back at normal depth. Here's the 1-0 to Crawford. Inside ball 2. Should Camp lose Crawford here, he would have to face the man who provided the game-winning hit last night, and that's Evan Longoria. 2-0 on the speedy Crawford. Camp sets and fires and gets a strike.
Nasty slider. Nasty breaking ball.
On 3-1, the pitch is outside. Crawford draws a walk. The bases are loaded, and Evan Longoria will get his chance. He was last night's hero for the Rays. He's got a chance to be a hero again right here.
Yeah, didn't hit it very hard last night, but hit it in a great place. Stayed right on a breaking ball and fisted it out in the left center field. Got the feeling that Sean Camp didn't want to pitch to Carl Crawford there. Pitched around him. He did have a base open. It just happened to be at second. Take his chances here with Longoria.
And he gets strike 1. Runs that sinker in at 89 and gets ahead of Longoria. Here's Camp with the bases loaded in the 11th inning. Longoria focused in on the right-hander. Pitch is on the way, and that's just a little high.
Not real sure what they want to do here with Longoria. He has to cycle through all those signs with the runner at second base. You shake them off, you have to go through it again. Now Sean Camp has told Raul Chavez what he wants to do.
Here's the 1-1. Strike two. Interesting call there. It looked as if the pitch might have been off the plate, and it looked as if Longoria held up.
It's the pitch where they punched him out his last time. Jason Frazier got him with a pitch out there called by Paul Emmel.
So 2 strikes now on Longoria. Bases loaded, 2 gone. Camp sets for the pitch. Here it comes. Got it. He struck him out. Jays fans can breathe a sigh of relief now. The Tampa Bay Rays leave the bases loaded, and Scott Rowland will come to the plate first for the Jays in the bottom of the 11th. Strains of In the Navy. As we'd like to tell you about this special promotion, your chance to pick up tickets to the 2-game series against the Yankees August 4 and 5, and then a pair for the game on August 7th, the Friday night against the Orioles, part of the back-to-back reunion. A 4-pack in celebration of reunion weekend. Who was that? The Village People sang In the Navy.
That was great. Gabe Gross stays in the game, and he will replace Kapler in right field.
Howell deals a strike to Scott Rowland, who leads off the 11th inning for the Blue Jays. Rowland today is 1 for 5. His hit coming way back in the first inning. One and one. Now 2-1 as he works it against Howell. Here's a man who hasn't hit a walk-off home run since the 7th of July, 1999, against Bob Whitman of the Milwaukee Brewers. Rolling on the 2-1, takes it for strike 2.
Every 10 years, that's all right, you know. Just do it right here. J.P. Howell has been tough, has not given up a lot of home runs this year either. Tough to elevate the ball on that breaking ball.
Bounced in front of him. 3-2. You know the Jays are due. They haven't walked off since May the 2nd. They were the victim of 2 walk-off losses when they were last in Tampa. Just 1-6 against the Rays this year.
Time for some payback.
Here's the payoff from Howell. And it's nubbed right back to the pitcher. From his knees, he makes the play. It looked awfully sloppy, but he got the job done.
Falling all over the turf here at Rogers Center. His follow-through. He falls down a la Mitch Williams. So he kind of fell after the pitch, and then he dives for that ball off the end of the bat by. Look at him go down right here. Get over there. Knock it down. Makes a good play to get the first out. Really has a exaggerated follow-through. Well, he lets go with a pitch. Take a look at it. Next one.
Next man up is Lyle Overbay. That was a great look at his follow-through there. He does well just to stay on his feet.
We had a shot earlier of stop action when the ball's about crossing the plate, and looked like he was holding himself up with his glove hand on the dirt.
Howell was one of those acquisitions for the Rays that probably didn't register for many of the fans down in Florida at the time, but certainly came back to pay off for them last year as he gets 2 strikes on Overbay.
You come from Kansas City?
Came from the Kansas City Royals in June of '06 for outfielder Joey Gathright. The Rays, or Devil Rays as they were known then, were always pretty deep in the outfield. And Gathright was essentially a speedster coming off the bench, inserted for defensive purposes most times.
He was like Carl Crawford and B.J. Upton and Rocco Baldelli, so he wasn't going to see the field a lot with those guys around.
And what they got in Howell was a young man who always had the goods. He was a first-round pick by the Royals in the '04 draft out of the University of Texas. So they send a spare part to the Royals and get a former first-rounder. And the change of scenery for Howell did him wonders.
George Percival goes down this year. Jason Isringhausen been injured. They had thoughts of him maybe closing some games for him. JP Howell has taken over, 11 for 16 this year and save opportunities.
Here comes the 3-2, and it's grounded to the right side. Zobrist moves over and throws out Overbay. Well, let's see what Vernon Wells can do then. He came up in the 9th with 1 out and hit a towering fly ball to left field.
Outfield is deep. Left field, Carl Crawford is just a couple of steps from the warning track in left field. Nothing over your head, nothing between you and Upton, the center fielder.
Terrible swing there from Wells, and he goes around 1-1. Now a ball and 2 strikes. It's been a while since Vernon Wells walked off with a home run. You've got to go back to July the 20th, 2006 against the Yankees and Mariano Rivera.
I remember that game.
A thriller. He's behind in the count here. Here's the pitch from Howell, and he gets a piece to stay alive.
Steady diet of breaking balls from Howell. If he throws him a fastball, he might just show it to him. Out of the strike zone.
Deoner Navarro back there deep in thought. Throws down the sign. Here comes the pitch. Breaking ball down the line and foul.
You're going to throw that curveball, hang it. Hang it right here. Wells 10 home runs and 39 driven in. He homered down in Tampa against these Rays right before the All-Star break.
Breaking ball, and he goes after it. Wells strikes out, and that ends the 11th inning. A 1-2-3 effort for J.P. Howell. So it's off to 12 today. Hope you'll join us next on Sportsnet. Cecil goes to the mound against Jeff Neiman, a battle of very good rookies. Brett picked up a no decision against Cleveland on Tuesday after 7 solid innings. So he's at 3-1 with a 4.67 ERA and is studying Tampa Bay hitters right now as he starts tomorrow's ball game. Please join us for the broadcast at 1 Eastern Time, 10 a.m. Pacific. Sean Kemp continues on as he faces Ben Zobrist, the switch hitter, and gets strike one. I'm Jamie Campbell today with Pat Tabler, Sam Cosentino, and our Sportsnet.ca columnist and statistician Scott Carson. 26,000 plus taking it in today. Many have made their way to the exits as we hit the 12th inning with Zobrist, Burrell, and Pena due up for Tampa Bay. For those just tuning in, and you'll notice a 9-9 score. This was not a back and forth. It was all Blue Jays. After 6 innings, they led 9-1. In fact, they piled up 8 runs in the first 4 innings on 4 home runs. Zobrist singles to right field.
Boy, he has been a pain to the Blue Jays this season, having an all-star type of year. He is on again for the 4th time. 3 hits and a walk. He has scored a couple. Had a walk-off hit against the Jays. Had the big blow against Brian Talek down in Tampa, a 3-run home run. And he gets it started here in the 12th with a single.
He's on base for Pat Burrell. And Burrell hits this high in the air into shallow left center field. Wells gives way and makes the catch. So that sends Zobrist back to first. And you know, Zobrist last year in really a super utility role that hit the home run that Joe Madden claims turned their season around and made them believe that they were capable of getting to the postseason.
They lost like 7 straight games going into the All-Star break. And it was against the Blue Jays.
It was. They were down 1-0 in the 7th inning at Tropicana Field. A.J. Burnett was pitching a beauty. And with 2 out in the inning, Burnett walked Eric Hinsky. And on the next pitch to Ben Zobrist, Zobrist hit it into the right field bleachers. They held on for a 2-1 victory. And their skipper says that one turned us right around.
Turned them around, got that confidence going again. They won so many games last year, walk-off fashion, come from behind. They've done it so many times, they feel like they can win any time.
Pena flies to left. Bautista backs up and makes the catch. And what the Rays have been able to do, Pat, is propel themselves into the powerhouse of the American League East. They have to be considered now with the Red Sox and the Yankees as division contenders, wild card possibilities as Joe Nelson gets up and throws yet again.
And not just for a year. They have built it to last. The farm system has a lot of good players in it. They've made good baseball decisions.
All one to Gabe Gross. And you made a point yesterday that is quite telling, and that is that the Rays currently have a guy who won 13 games for them last year, Andy Sonnenstein, pitching in AAA.
Showed you the kind of depth that they have in the pitching department. Jason Hamill was with this team. They had no room for him. They had to ship him out. Edwin Jackson, who made the All-Star team this year. They felt that they had enough depth, and he was traded to Detroit.
Camp with a pitch.
This was an organization, Tampa, that was named by Baseball America as the organization of the year last year. And since June the 20th, the top 3, the Red Sox, Rays, and Yankees, have been dealing in the AL East.
And those Yankees have really started to take off. They won their 8th straight game last night as Jabba Chamberlain 2-hit the Oakland A's into the 8th inning. Chamberlain won his 3rd straight decision. Boston finally ended a losing streak, getting a win as well over the Baltimore Orioles. And Gabe Gross is issued a walk here with 2 out in the 12th inning. So Jason Bartlett bats again. He dropped down a sacrifice bunt in the 11th. And Cito Gaston is wondering now, how many more relievers do I have to work with? And the answer is only 2. There's a left-hander.
Yeah, he's up right now.
Jesse Carlson.
Yep.
And then Dirk Hayhurst is the lone right-hander remaining. That's into the corner, and that's a base hit. Jason Bartlett comes up with a knock here that brings home Ben Zobrist and gives the Rays a 12th inning lead. A 2-out base hit to left. And it's 10-9 for Tampa Bay.
Talked about their come-from-behind wins last year. They have 26 come-from-behind wins this year. Not wasting any time. Bartlett picks on the first pitch and hooks it, and it comes oh so close to going foul, but it hits the foul line. A run in. And Gross, who just walked, is now at third base. Bartlett doubles down to the left field corner.
DeOner Navarro now, hoping to add to the lead. Camp gets a strike.
See, you sit around all day, you don't get the start, but you got to be ready. You might come into a game and help your team win. Jason Bartlett does that. He was put into the game.
Navarro hits it foul.
Bartlett was put into the game in the 9th inning for defensive purposes after they tied the game on the Ibar home run. And here in the 12th inning comes up with a big hit.
What a demoralizing turn of events here for the Blue Jays, who went into the 7th inning leading 9-1. And now they find themselves behind by a run into the bottom of the 12th inning. As Wells puts that ball away for the 3rd and final out, it's Jason Bartlett with a clutch 2-out double, giving Tampa Bay the lead. Here comes Alex Rios when we return. Inning, and Tampa Bay has their first lead of the day. It's 10-9. They'll call upon right-hander Joe Nelson.
It's the last guy in the bullpen. 3-0 this year. 36 innings, 31 hits for Nelson. He was picked up just recently also from Kansas City. First batter he will face is Rios, so they have emptied the bullpen. Nelson looking for the save.
Nelson throws ball 1 to Alex Rios, who leads off the inning for the Blue Jays. Way back in the 3rd inning, Rios hit his 12th home run of the season, a 2-run shot to center field. At the time, making it a 6-0 lead for the Jays. He takes a strike here, 1-1. Two for 5 today, but without a base hit since the 5th inning. Here comes Nelson with the 1-1. And he gets a strike.
They've emptied it. Nobody left in the bullpen. A couple of catchers and the bullpen coach.
Here's the 34-year-old Nelson. who's got that Trevor Hoffman-like leg kick. Signed as a free agent in the offseason after a decent year last year in relief with the Florida Marlins.
Yeah, he established career highs in wins last year with 3 and ERA of 2. He had 59 appearances. Too expensive, though. He also had 60 strikeouts last year, 54 innings. Kind of a funky delivery. He's got good changeup.
Three and two, down low, ball 4. He walks Rios. And you have a threat to steal now at first base.
And a threat to score on any extra base hit.
Joe Maddon just signaled to Evan Longoria to maybe walk in a few steps in the event that perhaps Bautista decides to square. Here is the left fielder. He's going to swing away and lets that one pass for ball 1.
Yeah, he's swinging a hot bat. I don't want to take the bat out of Bautista's hand. A homer, a single, a line out, a walk, and another single. 3 for 4.
And now he squares. Drops down a bunt. Rios is off to second. It's underhanded to first. And so with one away and Rios now up at second base, Cito Gaston goes to the bench. And Rod Barajas will pinch hit for Raul Chavez.
There are the numbers for Barajas this year. Joe Maddon's going to call time and go over what they want to do with Barajas. He has pinch hit this year and has been the Blue Jays' best pinch hitter. 2 for 3. And I believe in Philadelphia he had a big pinch hit.
It was a late inning home run deep to center field, part of that 3-game sweep.
Went to dead central, dead center field in Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia.
And did so off Ryan Madsen in an 8-7 Blue Jay victory. Here they're down by 1 and are only 1 for 11 with runners in scoring position, despite the fact they've scored 9 times today.
And had 16 hits. 16 hits and only 1 of them with runners in scoring position.
Ball 1 to Barajas. The last time the Blue Jays walked off, Saturday, May 2nd. Aaron Hill against Brian Bass. And look who scored. Huffing and puffing and coming around to touch was Rod Barajas.
Low flying around third. Rios is very good at stealing third base. Did it a couple of times in the Cleveland series that Blue Jays just played. So Ben Zobrist, the second baseman, is right on top of him.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. Taken by the catcher Navarro off the dirt. That walk-off win on the 2nd of May pushed the Blue Jays to 8 games above 500. They were 17-9. How times have changed. Here they're trying to pull even with the Rays as Rios leads off second. Nelson with the kick and the pitch. And it's ball 3. 4 as Barajas draws a walk. So this is going to get interesting, Pat. First and second, one away.
Yeah, bring him around. You can't pinch run for Barajas. They don't have any catchers left. He is the winning run. He's been battling some hamstring problems. The Blue Jays need to cash these 2 base on balls here in the 12th.
Nelson has already walked 2. Marco Scutaro has walked 60 times this year. Really knows how to work the count. Takes a strike on the first pitch. Marco Scutaro is 3 for 6. Longoria is looking for a little direction here.
He was asking, should I play on the line? I think you got to play your percentages here. Play straight up.
And Scutaro brings him in quickly, showing bunt. Longoria was about 15 feet back of third base, and he just came running in.
Scutaro is very good at dropping down bunts, but I think he's thinking about driving in the run here.
Rios at second, the potential tying run. Rod Barajas at first, the potential winning run. As the ball runs in on Scutaro, it's now 2-1. And now Nelson takes a respite at the back of the pitcher's mound.
And the whole infield is going to talk about it here. What do you think about throwing? Where are we going to play? What sign are you using? Carlos Pena is usually the guy who kind of runs these meetings when they have it on the mound. Become a big leader for that infield.
Well, they break from the huddle and line up at the line of scrimmage here.
There are the numbers for Scutaro from the 7th inning on. That's close and late numbers.
Rios runs well at second. Barajas does not at first. 2-1, and that's high. 3 balls and a strike as Scutaro ducks out of the way. So here's Joe Nelson in danger of walking his 3rd batter in the inning.
Yeah, their pitching control-wise has been good all day. They have only had 2 walks coming into this inning. He is 1 pitch away from walking his 3rd in this inning.
Adam Lynn pondering the possibility of an at-bat here in the 12th. He watches Scutaro work. 3-2. And it's fouled out of play. And this, Pat, is where Marco Scutaro becomes so effective.
Yeah, even if you make good pitches against him, he has that ability to just kind of flick his bat at the ball and foul it off. Continue the at-bat until you make a mistake.
This game's gone on so long, no need for practice swings for Aaron Hill in the on-deck circle. He's ready to go. And he'll get a chance with a bases loaded as Joe Nelson walks his 3rd man.
Fitting. Fitting for Aaron Hill because he's had a big day. This was against David Price way back in the 2nd inning. Home run number 23. And he'll top that off in the 4th inning against Lance Cormier. Breaking ball. Has just enough to get it over the wall for number 24. Fitting that he stands at the plate with a chance to win it right here.
He loves swinging at the first pitch. He's facing a pitcher who's walked 3 and needs to get ahead in the count. Nelson sets. Here's the first pitch, and it's up high for ball 1. Aaron Hill having an incredible season. 24 home runs, 2 of them hit today, helping the Blue Jays stake an early and large lead. It disappeared, though, in the 7th, 8th, and 9th. Tampa has the lead by 1. Bases loaded, 1 out, and Hill fouls it back. It's 1-1.
Nelson has been pitching well, too, for Tampa Bay. His last 16 appearances since May the 31st, he's faced 57 batters. Only 12 of them have reached base. But the Jays have been patient. They've made him to get into the strike zone, which he hasn't been able to do. Look at the numbers for Hill in his career versus the bases loaded. 3 walks have set the stage right here.
Here's the 1-1. And it's popped up and foul. Now a ball and 2 strikes. Now a base hit here ties the ball game, but it doesn't necessarily win the ball game.
Correct. The outfield for Tampa, they're fast. They've got good throwing arms, and they're accurate. Rob Barajas, remember, has been battling that hamstring problem, is out at second base.
Strike 3 called. Oh, Joe Nelson paints the edge and gets Hill looking.
You go up there, he's walked 3 batters, he gets 2 strikes, and then he paints the outside corner. Looked like a 2-seamer that was going to try and come back. That plate umpire Paul Emmels called that pitch a strike all afternoon.
Boy, the Rays got the benefit of the call there. And now with 2 down, Adam Lind is the last chance. And he takes the strike. Lind has driven in 2. He doubled in a run in the first inning and knocked one in the 6th on a fielder's choice. Nelson with the 0-1. And it's now 2 strikes on Lind. Here is a Blue Jay club dying for something positive. Without a walk-off win since the 2nd of May. Looking to beat their division rival, but 1 strike away from losing the 2nd game of this series. Nelson on the 1-2. Here comes the pitch, and it misses ball 2.
That is the strength of Adam Lind. Fastballs away. That one's high and off the plate. He goes out there. We've seen it time and time again. Lind hammer that ball to left field.
Here's Lind slapping it on the ground. There is Zobrist, and that is the ball game. Tampa does it again. They storm back to defeat the Blue Jays. Down by 8 runs at one point. They come back and take a 10-9 win in 12 innings. The Blue Jays finish this game 1 for 13 with runners in scoring position. For Pat Tabler, Sam Cosentino, and Scott Carson, I'm Jamie Campbell. Time now for Jays Connected.